The temperature by Pure Water is
27 degrees Celsius in Kingston, 26 out west in Montego Bay.
From the Nationwide News Network, comprehensive, incisive, tough. This is Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon, I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Robianne Williams.
In Nationwide News at this hour, flash flood watch and warning extended for northern and southern parishes as tropical storm Raphael moves away from Jamaica.
ODPEM urges caution as significant flooding and land slippage reported in several areas.
We are still currently on the flash flood warning because we are still having some flooding situation across the island.
Preliminary damage assessments ordered across the country following intense rainfall, flooding and strong winds associated with the tropical storm.
NWC says several of its supply systems are out of operation as tropical storm Raphael continues to impact the island.
Authorities monitoring situation in St. Elizabeth as rains continue.
In news from the rest of the world, Cuba prepares for another hurricane hit as tropical storm Raphael strengthens.
Final hours of voting in the U.S. election as the presidential race rests on a knife's edge.
In headline sports, Jamaica Scorpions beat Windward Islands Volcanoes for second victory in Regional Super 50 Cricket Tournament.
And later in our broadcast, in the cover story at 5:35, Prime Minister Andrew Holness has instructed that preliminary damage assessments begin across the country following intense rainfall, flooding and strong winds associated with tropical storm Raphael. The Works Minister, Robert Morgan, will provide an update.
Also in the cover story, the NWC is reporting that several of its supply systems are out of operation as Raphael continues to impact the island. You'll hear from their acting corporate public relations manager, Delano Williams.
In public opinion at 6:26, we'll ask, did you stock up on groceries in anticipation of tropical storm Raphael? Give us your comments by logging on to our Facebook page, Nationwide News Network, and by tweeting us at Nationwide Radio. You can also message us on WhatsApp at 876-285-5693 or leave your comments on Instagram at Nationwide90FM.
In the nation's business at 6:40, JPS says some customers in the western and southern sections of the island are currently without supply due to sustained heavy rain and strong winds associated with Raphael. Director of Corporate Communications at JPS, Winsome Callum, will join us.
And at 7, it's D-Day for Americans. Polls are set to close in just under 2 hours when the next president of the United States will be decided. You'll hear from our panel of commentators as the results begin to come in. We'll have all these and more as we take you home on air on your mobile, Nationwide 90 FM, Nationwide Radio JM.com, and on the Nationwide app, available on the Google Play and the App Store. This Tuesday afternoon, it's Election Day in America, Tuesday, November 5, 2024.
News at 5 is brought to you by KFC's Popcorn Chicken, now available in barbecue. Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's Popcorn Chicken. KFC, it's finger licking good.
If it's news, it's got to be Nationwide 90 FM.
Now to the details. The Met Service has extended the flash flood watch and warning for northern and southern parishes. In its latest bulletin today, the Met Service says tropical storm Raphael continues to move away from the west coast of Jamaica. At 1 this afternoon, the center of Raphael was located 70 miles west-northwest of Montego Bay. Raphael is forecast to be near the Cayman Islands this evening and near or over western Cuba on Wednesday. Winds are expected to strengthen over the next 24 to 36 hours. The Met Service says Raphael is expected to become a hurricane near the Cayman Islands before making landfall in Cuba. It says some 3 to 4 inches of rainfall was reported over sections of some southern parishes, resulting in flooding. Heavy rains are expected to continue throughout the evening, measuring 3 to 6 inches. The Met Service says landslides should also be anticipated in hilly slopes of the island. Strong gusty winds are also expected to continue in thunderstorms and squalls associated with Raphael's spiral bands. Small craft operators are being reminded to remain in safe harbor until wind and sea conditions have returned to normal.
Meanwhile, Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, Richard Thompson, is urging caution as significant flooding and land slippage have occurred during the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael. While the tropical storm warning has been lifted, Mr. Thompson says the heavy rains have caused significant challenges.
Even though the tropical storm warning has been lifted, we are still currently under flash flood warning because we are still having some flooding situation across the island. We have seen flooding in Troja. There's a fort there that was flooded out. There is flooding on St. John's Road, Big Pond in Old Harbour. We have flooding in Yala, flooding in Negril. So we are seeing and some reports of some flooded roads in the property. So we are seeing that the rain is still with us, and we are also having land slippage in some communities. So we are seeing the person still be vigilant, still be careful in terms of being on the road, and where possible, you don't have to go on the road. Stay in until the system is totally out of our geographical space.
Mr. Thompson says ODPEM is still monitoring the situation and remains on alert as the effects of Raphael continue to impact the island. Meanwhile, Mr. Thompson says very few individuals resorted to utilizing the shelters across the island.
We have a number of shelters that were opened. There's around 31 persons in those shelters. Kingston and St. Andrew, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and St. Thomas. Those are the parishes that we saw persons going into shelters. So those parishes, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, Westmoreland, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth, having around about 31 persons in those shelters that were open thus far.
Richard Thompson, Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
In the meantime, there have been several reports of landslides and flooding across sections of the country due to the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael. 3 of the parishes affected are St. Anne, St. Mary, and Clarendon. Calicia Wright tells us more.
In St. Anne, Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, Michael Belnavis, says there have been minor landslides in a number of communities. He says several houses have been flooded.
There's been reports of covering on the road, potholes being created, minor landslides along the coastal areas, some by Duns River and so on. However, up in the hills of St. Anne, it's more serious, where we've had several households being washed out in the Sturgedown areas and Limehall areas of St. Anne. Also in Monique area, we understand that the lake there is at capacity, so there may be some outflowing of water there. Also in the Cave Valley areas, it's been threatened as usual. So it's the perennial areas that are in distress right now in St. Anne. But in and all, we have come out pretty much, I would say, relatively unscathed.
There were also land slippages in St. Mary, but Mayor of Port Maria, Fitzroy Wilson, says some of the minor landslides have already been cleared.
We've had a number of land slippage, nothing major. Some of them have been cleared to single lane traffic. We are still monitoring. We have had no serious incidents. We've had our last meeting 10 a.m. and we are going to have another meeting at 6 to assess what is happening during the day. But apart from this scouring of the roads, we have had the parochial roads been getting a beating over the past week, but we continue to monitor. We've had accounts for our homeless people on the street, Port Maria and so on. They are accounted for, and we've checked with even the drop-in center where they have been fed and given fresh clothing and so on.
In Clarendon, 2 shelters have been activated. Mayor of Maypen, Joel Williams, says the shelters in Rocky Point and Palmer's Cross have been activated.
We would have had 2 of our shelters open. One in Rocky Point. The Rocky Point Center would have been open, and we have about 8 persons there. And we have at Palmer's Cross Primary School 6 persons in that shelter. Maypen in the woods, pretty clear, vehicular traffic are moving back and forth. Up in the hills of the Reaches Division, I would have received a call from the council in that area. They have a few broken poles, and he would have sent those pictures to me. But nothing out of the ordinary at this point in time.
Calicia Wright for Nationwide News.
And Prime Minister Andrew Holness has ordered preliminary damage assessments across the country following intense rainfall, flooding and strong winds associated with Tropical Storm Raphael. Sustained rainfall and saturated conditions have led to landslides, fallen trees and road blockages across the country. We have more in this report from Roby and Williams.
The National Works Agency NWA is spearheading the assessments, deploying teams and resources to clear blocked routes and restore access to critical areas. In a statement on Tuesday, Prime Minister Holness says priority must be given to areas where essential services and first responders, including the Jamaica Public Service Company JPS and the National Water Commission NWC, require access to provide aid and support. Key areas affected in St. Andrew include breakaways in Mount Prospect, Mount Airy, and Golden Spring with flooding from Stony Hill to Toms River. The Tinson Pen drain at the bridge on Marcus Garvey Drive was blocked by garbage. In Kingston, there was flooding along Chesterfield Drive. In St. Catherine, flooding was reported in the Bogwalk Gorge and Troja, as well as landslides from Tavern Hill to Vanity Fair. In St. Thomas, flooding occurred between Lloyds and Low Mountain and landslides in the Bethel to Richmond Gap area. Also, floodwaters impacted Poorman's Corner to Hearties in the parish. Manchester saw flooded thoroughfares on Newley Road and DeCarteret Road, along with fallen trees on New Green Road. Minister with responsibility for works Robert Morgan says the NWA has been logging real-time field reports to assign resources efficiently. Minister Morgan says the damage is not as significant as it could have been following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael.
Generally, we've had instances of flooding across the island. We've had flooding in the Grill as well. While flooding is a serious issue and landslides are a serious issue, we're very happy that the intensity of the storm was not what it could have been. So while we do have challenges that we're going to have to do into tonight, going into tomorrow, the damage is not as significant as it could have been. So we just have to give thanks for that. We are asking motorists to be careful. We did have an incident on Chesterfield Drive where a car got stuck and persons were stranded. So we're asking persons, even though the tropical storm warning has been lifted, we're still getting some amount of rain. So motorists and Jamaicans in general should continue to be careful.
Minister Morgan says the NWA's immediate focus is on clearing debris, reopening roads, and assessing the severity of the damage.
Our emergency response usually has three prongs. The first approach is to ensure access, particularly for emergency services such as fire, such as health, and other emergency services. So wherever there's a landslide, we try to create at least a single lane access. After that, we'll then clear the road completely and clear the landslide and do the cleanup as necessary over the next coming days. There are some areas where the landslides may be more challenging. For example, what happened in MP Juliet Cuthbert, West Rural, St. Andrew constituency, where the entire hillside went down. And we're going to have to work with the Member of Parliament and the citizens to see how we can help them by creating a temporary route so that they can actually leave their community.
He adds that targeted interventions will include cleaning silted drains, restoring main thoroughfares, and constructing vital infrastructure such as retaining walls and river training as funding allows. Roby Ann Williams for Nationwide News.
The National Water Commission, the NWC, is reporting that several of its supply systems are out of operation as Tropical Storm Raphael continues to impact the island. NWC's acting corporate public relations manager, Delano Williams, says while most major systems are operational, some customers are experiencing supply disruptions.
Following the NWC's initial assessment, most major water supply systems remain operational. However, a number of our customers are now experiencing temporary disruptions in water supply, mainly due to increased stability levels or isolated cases of power supply issues. While most disruptions seem to be coming from our surface sources, as in rivers and springs, a more detailed status report will be provided once the NWC teams can safely access all affected areas. Our president is encouraging customers to report all issues to the NWC and also to manage their stored water carefully, as the ongoing rainfall may further impact water supply systems.
Approximately 38 communities served by the Porous Pumping Station in Manchester and Logwood Treatment Plant in Hanover are currently without water due to what NWC says is a JPS power supply issue. In St. Catherine, the NWC says 14 communities served by the Guys Hill and White River systems are also facing water supply disruptions. Mr. Williams says some anticipated issues also include high turbidity levels, landslides, and flooding at NWC facilities. Some manholes in low-lying areas may also overflow with rainwater. Mr. Williams says the NWC's emergency response teams have been mobilized to rectify the disruptions.
We want to emphasize that the NWC's emergency response teams are fully mobilized and are ready to respond as soon as the conditions allow. Customers may also visit the NWC's website or social media pages for more updates on this system as it progresses.
That's Delano Williams, the acting corporate public relations manager at the NWC. You're listening to the news on Nationwide at 5. We'll have more after these.
Value Drug Pharmacy offers curbside pickup and delivery of your branded and generic drugs. WhatsApp your prescription to 876-881-6695. The time by Value Drug Pharmacy is...
It's 16 minutes after 5.
Rentokil Initial is the expert in pest control, air purification and hygiene services. Call today 876-926-4236.
The temperature by Rentokil is
27 degrees Celsius in Kingston, 26 Southwest in Montego Bay.
Life is precious. Whether you're driving through the hills in the country, the town, or on the highway, remember, slow down and take it easy. Your family and friends are depending on you to get home safe. Speeding may save you minutes, but careful driving saves lives. Since the beginning of this year, 288 people have been killed in 247 crashes, so drive safe.
Brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Continuing the news, Member of Parliament for West Portland Darrell Vaz says the parish has held up fairly well during the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael. He says outside of minor land slippage and flooding, there have been few reports of issues.
So far, so good. No reports of any major damage. Some flooding and some landslides. And most importantly, obviously, the damage to road network, which is my biggest fear based on the fact that it's so difficult to get the work replaced. So we're hoping and praying that everything continues as it is. But so far, so good. No loss of life, no damage, extensive damage.
Mr. Vaz, who is also Minister of Energy and Telecommunications, says beyond the sporadic outages, there has been no significant disruption to the country's electrical or communications grid.
Well, the truth of the matter is that we've gotten very little wind and just a lot of rain. So, so far, I mean, the telcos and JPS has confirmed some outages in specific areas, but I think that the communication is much better this time around based on the experience of Beryl.
Darrell Vaz, Member of Parliament for West Portland.
And the Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, says teams have been monitoring sections of the parish that are designated as flood-prone areas. This as heavy rains associated with Tropical Storm Raphael continue across the island.
We continue to monitor the situation across the parish and across the constituency. Thankfully, we haven't had significant wind, but we have seen a lot of rain. So we continue to monitor, especially the areas that are known for flooding across the Treasure Beach belt and in parts of Middle Quarters, parts of Crawford. Continue to see what is happening.
The southern belt of St. Elizabeth was one of several areas severely impacted by the July 3 passage of Hurricane Beryl. Preliminary estimates had indicated that about 70% of houses suffered extensive damage. Some families are still recovering. The Member of Parliament says his team is working with the Municipal Corporation and Disaster Management Coordinator to assist those who may need temporary shelter.
As you know, a number of our families are just recovering from burial. A number of them would have put on temporary fixes to try to ensure that they have a roof over their head. So the rain would be a significant impact on them. So we continue to monitor, we continue to work with Municipal Corporation and Disaster Management Coordinator to see if anybody is in need of shelters. Thus far in the constituency, we haven't got any reports of anybody utilizing the shelters, but clearly the rain continues.
Floyd Green, the Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth.
World in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology and integrity.
The World in a Minute. The Cuban Civil Defense has called on Cubans on social media to prepare as soon as possible for the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael. Tropical Storm Raphael is chugging past western Jamaica and is expected to strengthen into a hurricane as it heads towards Cuba. The storm was located 70 miles southwest of Montego Bay, Jamaica on Tuesday morning. It had maximum sustained winds of 60 miles per hour and was moving northwest at 14 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says Raphael is expected to steady to rapid intensification over the next 24 to 36 hours. It's expected to be near or over the Cayman Islands on Tuesday night and make landfall in western Cuba on Wednesday. The authorities have already issued an evacuation order for 37,000 people in far eastern Cuba in the province of Guantanamo due to bad weather.
The United States of America is entering the final hours of a closely contested presidential election between the Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump. The first round of polls will close in just under 2 hours in the must-win battleground states of North Carolina and Georgia. Shalois Michael has more in this report.
The polls say it could be one of the closest elections in U.S. history. A sitting Vice President Kamala Harris facing off against a former President Donald Trump. It's been a campaign dominated by the economy, abortion, immigration, and which candidate has the temperament and character to lead the world's preeminent superpower. Harris says her campaign is one with the future of the American people in mind. She has warned Americans about returning to what she says is the chaos of Trump's first term in office.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election.
But Trump maintains he is the only answer to the challenges the American people face.
We can declare once and for all that we are done with their hatred, we're done with their hysteria, we're done with their hoaxing, lying, cheating, scheming, plundering, and stealing. Oh, they steal. They steal. We're not going to let them divide and destroy America any longer. What we have built is the biggest, broadest, most incredible coalition.
The American president is decided by an electoral college. 270 votes in the college are needed to win. Focus tonight is expected to be on just 7 of the country's 50 states. Pennsylvania is the biggest prize of the night with 19 electoral votes. Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the other states to watch. Pollsters and pundits expect tonight's results may represent a historic gender gap, with polling indicating women are breaking for Harris while men are going for Trump. Harris is hoping abortion will be a key driver in this election.
It is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we all remember how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court. And with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Trump has made immigration and border security a key issue.
Today our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions.
More than 80 million Americans have already voted leading up to Election Day. If Harris wins tonight, she will be the first woman and the first woman of color to be elected to the American presidency. If Donald Trump wins, he will be only the second president in U.S. history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Grover Cleveland was the first in the 1800s. Trump would also be the oldest president elected if he wins. He is 78 years old. America is voting. The world is watching and waiting. Who will it be, Kamala or Donald? Shaloy Smichael for Nationwide News.
World in a Minute was brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology and integrity.
Recapping the top stories making nationwide news at this hour, a flash flood watch and warning has been extended for northern and southern parishes as tropical storm Raphael moves away from Jamaica.
ODPEM urges caution as significant flooding and land slippage reported in several areas.
Preliminary damage assessments ordered across the country following intense rainfall and flooding.
NWC says several of its supply systems are out of operations as Tropical Storm Raphael continues to impact the island.
I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Robianne Williams.
And you can find the news on our website at nationwideradiojm.com and on the Nationwide app, available on the Google Play and the App Store. News next.
The headlines at 6.
At 6.
News at 5 was brought to you by KFC's Popcorn Chicken, now available in barbecue. Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's Popcorn Chicken. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Jamaica! Bird's Auto Parts is now your home for genuine and non-genuine Kia parts. From body to suspension, engine, and service parts. We've got what your Kia needs to keep you moving smoothly. Visit us today and power your Kia. And remember, it hurts if you don't check Bird's.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Sports here on Nationwide 90 FM. I'm Wayne Walker. The Jamaica Scorpions registered their second victory of the current CG United Regional Super 50 cricket competition, beating the Windward Island Volcanoes by 19 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad today. The Scorpions batted first and reached 155 for 4 after 30 overs and the ball when play was suspended because of rain. Captain John Campbell 41 and the West Indies player Kirk McKenzie 59 not out, shared in a second wicket stand of 98 against Darrell Cyrus 2 for 51. When they resumed play, the Volcanoes were asked to get 205 in 30 overs, but they were dismissed for 186 in 29 overs and 3 balls. Sunil Ambrose made 59, Shamar Holder 37, and Kavim Hodge 36. Marquino Mindley ended with 4 for 44, while Odin Smith and Tamari Redwood bagged the 2 wickets apiece. The Scorpions' next game will be against the Guyana Harpy Eagles on Thursday, also at the Queen's Park Oval. The West Indies and England will meet tomorrow in the third and final game in their three-match one-day international series at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, starting at 1 p.m. Jamaica time. It's all to play for after the teams split the first two games. The West Indies won the first comfortably by 8 wickets before England hit back in the second game to win by 5 wickets. The stage is now set for the decider, with the Cricket West Indies reducing the cost of admission to the game to encourage support for the home team. Defending champions Real Madrid suffered a crushing 3-1 defeat to Italian giants AC Milan in their European Champions League clash at the Santiago de Bernabeu today. Milan took the lead after 12 minutes through Malik Thiaw. Madrid hit back in the 23rd from the Brazilian superstar Vinicius on a penalty. However, Milan ran away with all 3 points with further goals from Alvaro Morata and Tijani Reinders.
Christian Pulisic, set piece taker as well, whips in! Malik Thiaw rising to win! Real Madrid concede the first goal at the Bernabeu again! Pulisic for Thiaw, it's 1-0 to Milan! Vinicius Jr. steps up to take the penalty and gets Magnol to commit. Cheeky as you like from Vinicius Jr. Real Madrid level. Pulisic into Leao. And Leao and his own Leao! And a save from Morata against his former team! Wonderful football from Fonseca. Who is harried? Leao warding off Eder Militao. Oh, come back into Reinders! Massive chance now for Milan to win at the Bernabeu! And it's a 2-goal lead for AC Milan!
The shock of the day was in Portugal, where the former winners and reigning English champions Manchester City were spanked 4-1 by Sporting CP. Victor Goreres bagged a hat-trick to destroy City, who were losing their third straight game in all competitions. No such problems for the English Premier League leaders Liverpool, who blanked the German champions Bayer Leverkusen by 4-0 at Anfield, thanks to a hat-trick from Luis Diaz, and Celtics beat RB Leipzig by 3-1. And that will pretty much do it for sports at the moment. We're going to be back, though, with much more at 6:05.
Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
The time brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister is
5:31.
I don't have no time for whole heap of paperwork. That's why I downloaded and signed up for my 1JN Passport app. Get it all in one go. Download and sign up now. The temperature by the 1JN Passport app is
27 degrees Celsius here in the nation's capital, Kingston. It's 26 in the western city, Montego Bay.
Need to make a change to your title or need a title? GeoLand Title Limited. They do lost title application, add and remove names from titles, wills, estates. First-time registration land surveys also included, affordable rates and flexible payment options. NLA adjudication and land titling waivers also available. They have 8 locations island-wide. Call 876-754-6436 or visit their website at geolandonline.com. GeoLand Title Limited. Secure your land, secure your title.
Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Raphael affecting Jamaica, all Sherwin-Williams Jamaica stores will be closed today, November 5, 2024, for the safety of their team members and customers. Please take every precaution to keep yourselves and your families and loved ones safe. Stay tuned to their social media platforms for updates as we continue to monitor the progress of the storm. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Stay safe, Jamaica.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
If it's in the public's interest, it's the nation's business during Nationwide at 5. The nation's business.
Nothing I dislike more than to meet up on bumper-to-bumper traffic on a daily basis. This is why I stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM at 6:45 and 7:18 a.m. during Nationwide This Morning for Street Smart. A twice daily look at traffic conditions across the Kingston metropolitan region and sections of St. Catherine with Orman on the streets, Ludlow McLean from the El Shaddai Taxi Company. That's Street Smart on Nationwide 90 FM at 6:45 and 7:18 a.m. Brought to you by JUTC. Effective September 2024, the JUTC Smart Fare card is the new way to pay your fare. Keep it moving with Smart Fare, the only way to pay. Ask for the Smart Fare card at any bus park location.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Alan Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green.
And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we are all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
Cover Story is brought to you by Hyundai. Modern, premium, affordable vehicles.
Drive Hyundai vehicles beyond your dreams with an exclusive 4.99% interest rate. Yes! Shop Hyundai vehicles and get a super low 4.99% interest rate on your car loan. Plus 2 years free service, 1 year insurance, and 5 years warranty. Offer valid on all 2024 Hyundai vehicles. Drive your Hyundai with the lowest interest, 4.99%. Conditions apply.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Nationwide at 5. It's the Cover Story. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Cliff Hughes. Good afternoon, Ricardo. Good afternoon, listeners.
Good afternoon, Sir Cliff.
And it's a very wet Tuesday evening in Jamaica because of the remnants of what is Tropical Storm Raphael. But also as we come on air, it is 23 minutes going up to before the first polls close in the United States presidential elections. And you have been watching the numbers very keenly, Mr. Brooks.
Let's wait until 7 o'clock, no?
At 7 o'clock, we should have a clear trend. What we're seeing now are exit polls identifying democracy and the economy as the top issues, yes, concerning voters as they head to the polls in the U.S. All right, but here in Jamaica, the Meteorological Service has extended the flash flood watch and warning for northern and southern parishes. In its latest bulletin this afternoon, the Met Service says the system continues to move away from the west coast of Jamaica.
At 1 this afternoon, the center of Raphael was located 70 miles northwest of Montego Bay. Now, Raphael is forecast to be near the Cayman Islands this evening and near or over western Cuba on Wednesday. Winds are expected to strengthen over the next 24 to 36 hours. The Met Service says Raphael is expected to become a hurricane near the Cayman Islands before making landfall in Cuba. And of course, you know, listeners, Cuba is dealing with its own challenges. So not good news that a hurricane is on its way.
Not at all. It says that the Met Service says some 3 to 4 inches of rain was reported over sections of southern parishes, resulting in flooding. Heavy rains are expected to continue throughout this evening, measuring up to 3 to 6 inches. The Met Service says landslides should also be anticipated in hilly areas of the island. Strong gusty winds are also expected to continue in thunderstorms and squalls associated with the storm's spiral bands.
Small craft operators are being reminded to remain in safe harbor until wind and sea conditions have returned to normal. Now, listeners, the Prime Minister has ordered preliminary damage assessments across the country, of course, because there's been intense rainfall and flooding, also strong winds associated with Raphael. Sustained rainfall and saturated conditions have led to landslides, fallen trees, and road blockages across the country.
The National Works Agency, the NWA, is spearheading the assessments, deploying teams and resources to clear blocked routes and restore access to critical areas. And the National Water Commission is reporting that several of its supply systems are out of operation as Raphael continues to impact the island.
With us now, Minister with Responsibility for Works, Robert Morgan, the Acting Corporate Public Relations Manager at the NWC, Delano Williams, and Manager of Weather Services at the Met Service of Jamaica, Rowan Brown. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Let me begin with Mr. Brown from the Meteorological Service. What's the latest on Raphael?
So Raphael is now northwest of Jamaica, and it's moving away from the island. It's about 190 kilometers northwest of Montego Bay, so it is moving away from Jamaica and towards the Cayman Island. However, behind the system, or the tail end, or the spiral band, there is a significant amount of moisture that is still associated with Raphael, that is pulling moisture from south of Jamaica, across Jamaica, and into the core of the system. And that is going to produce significant rainfall this evening and probably into tomorrow morning as well, with thunderstorms, and those thunderstorms could have strong gusty winds at the base. So more wet weather and windy conditions in the forecast for the next 6 to 12 hours.
But the watch continues to be in effect?
So that is correct. So we have discontinued the tropical storm warning, and we have a flash flood warning for southern parishes and a flash flood watch for northern parishes. So if you're in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, Manchester, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas, you're under a flash flood warning. And if you're in Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, St. Mary, Portland, you're under a flash flood watch.
Minister Morgan, the Prime Minister has ordered preliminary assessments. Obviously, the government has been embarking on a road patching repair program across the country. With these heavy rains, landslides, this can't be good news for your efforts in that regard.
We've had challenges over the last 2 to 3 months with the rainfall. We would have loved to have been much further along, but because we've had unprecedented rains over the last 3 months, this is another setback, but we are very committed. The patching is not just for this year. The program continues all the way up to March next year. So we'll have an opportunity to repair some of the damage that has been caused by this system as well. And we have another program called Spark coming up that will also fix a lot of the roads that may be damaged by this system. We have gotten reports of damage in some.
Sorry, you're breaking up, Minister. Go again. Minister Morgan?
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we've gotten preliminary reports of damage in some areas. I mean, we're happy that the damage is not as bad as it could have been, but we're also thankful that we're not having reports of it. We're just asking motorists to be careful on the roads. A lot of the roads are flooded.
No, the line is bad. We're going to try to reconnect with the Minister. Delano Williams?
Hi, Cliff. Good evening. Good afternoon, rather.
That's Ricardo.
This is Ricardo. Good afternoon.
Oh, hi, Ricardo.
Hello. So you had indicated that some of your systems have gone down. Give us a sense of where you're experiencing those problems.
Well, just as the Met Office's forecast suggests, the brunt of the system passing along the south coast, that's the same reality that we are seeing. We were seeing about between Kingston and St. Andrew, which is a southern parish, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, reporting the brunt of the systems that are out currently for us. And a lot of those are what we call surface systems, meaning they are either rivers or small springs.
So it would be because of the flooding?
Yeah, that's the other thing, that we don't have a lot of issues right now with power supply. Most of our systems are in fact coming from high turbidity, flooding, siltation, debris, impacting our facilities.
And so what does that mean for restoring? But let's take that after the break, because we're up on the break. Let's take that after the break.
Clearing personal, non-commercial shipments at the port? Avoid the wait. Request a contactless clearance through your agent today. It's more efficient. It's secure. The time by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
5:45.
Upgrade your kitchen and bathroom to the next level with Unique Living. They're the ultimate destination for all your kitchen and bathroom needs, from luxurious shower systems to exquisite faucets, vanities, sinks, toilets, closets, and more. They have it all. Visit shop number 6, 30 Dunrobin Avenue, Kingston 10, or call them at 876-755-3661. Elevate your space with Unique Living, where quality meets expectations.
This is an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited will resume operations tomorrow, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 8 a.m. We ask that you all continue to observe all local regulations, keep watching their social media pages, and keep listening to our local media stations for any other updates. Your safety remains their utmost priority. That was an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Raphael affecting Jamaica, all Sherwin-Williams Jamaica stores will be closed today, November 5, 2024, for the safety of their team members and customers. Please take every precaution to keep yourselves and your families and loved ones safe. Stay tuned to their social media platforms for updates as we continue to monitor the progress of the storm. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Stay safe, Jamaica.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. It's the cover story, and the country is now beginning preliminary assessments following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael. We have with us Minister with Responsibility for Works, Robert Morgan, the Acting Corporate Public Relations Manager at the NWC, Delano Williams, and Manager of Weather Services at the Met Service of Jamaica, Rowan Brown. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Cliff Hughes.
And before the break, Delano Williams, you had explained that flooding had resulted in some of your systems, mainly in southern parishes, going offline. You were going to explain to us what that will mean for restoration of service, water supply to your customers.
Yes, so I was making the point that we have just about 55 systems that are now impacted by, well, overall 70 systems impacted. This is a far less number from Beryl, which was over 300 systems. Secondly, most of these are impacted by the rainfall itself, flooding of the intake, as we call it, which is really the source. And so we are now having to do the remedial work in terms of clearing those intake, which could have been blocked by silt or debris, sanitizing those facilities, and then restarting. But all of this is dependent on how quickly the rain stops and we can safely access the facilities.
Yeah. Going back to Mr. Brown, yes? Is it that by tomorrow this time we should not be having any more of the fallout from Raphael, it should be out
Right.
of our vicinity.
So at this time, the system should be just near Cuba or interacting with Cuba, and that will break it up somewhat. However, there will be lingering moisture, and there will be some rainfall, but not as heavy and as significant as it was today.
And before we lost you, Minister Morgan?
Yes, I'm here.
Right. Before we lost you, my next question to you, in terms of, so you mentioned obviously that the patching program will continue until next March, and there's also the Spark program in coming. But in terms of what it will mean for the budgeted amount, do you anticipate that will have to be increased considering how much rainfall we've had and the extent of the damage now being experienced?
Well, we don't know the nature of the damage to the full extent. What we do know is that in areas probably like in Upper St. Andrew, in the rural part of St. Andrew, sections of rural Clarendon, and some other areas such as Troja, as well as Tavern and Vanity Fair, there have been significant damage. A lot of the damage is not necessarily potholes. It is landslides or damage to fordings and so on.
Right.
Those will take some time to assess as to the cost of it. The first priority of the NWA tomorrow, even as we are assessing, is to provide access, even if it's a single lane access, so that persons can go to and from an emergency vehicles and emergency services can have access to these communities. So that's where we are right now. The determination of the cost of the damage will be made in the coming days, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will update the nation when the National Wealth Agency and the other agencies come to the table with the full cost of the damage that we've suffered.
Any special word on Mount Pleasant, where there was that significant breakaway, Minister, in West Rural St. Andrew?
Well, the MP has said that she will be working to create an alternate route. We are going to be ensuring that happens because that's important. I have already instructed the National Works Agency to give me an assessment of what is the solution to that massive. I haven't seen one. I think the one I've seen similar to that was the one in Gordonstown.
Right.
This one is very significant. It has taken off an entire piece of the hillside. We're going to have to do an assessment as to what is the solution. It may not be building back the road right there. It may be finding another means of doing it. I do not know. But we're working with the Member of Parliament, and the NW has been instructed to give us a proper assessment as to what we can do to assist the people immediately and also in the long term.
And isn't it true, Minister, that all of this is coming at a time where the fiscal room that the government may have to maneuver is getting tighter and tighter? Growth seems to be slowing, and so you're going to have to make some difficult decisions regarding the budget. Isn't it true that it's going to be difficult to do that?
What I do know is that the government will do what it can for the people to the best of its ability. Beryl was a really bad hit on us as a country. We've had to spend over $1 billion a year in schools. We're now up to about $4 billion budgeted for roads. And the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has had to also spend a lot of money to assist people in southern Clarendon, southern St. Elizabeth and several other places. Right. We are a government that cares, and we're going to do what we need to do to make sure our people are okay. The government has managed the fiscal space very well, which is why we're able to do all of these things without having to go to the market to borrow money. That management continues, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will give the country a full understanding of how we're going to assist those who have been damaged, or we will assist those who have been damaged. So I'm not really thinking about the fiscal space currently. I'm thinking about people's safety and the ability of people to carry on their lives and to protect their property.
And you're saying your first point of duty now is to ensure that you clear any roadblocks that exist?
The first response of the NWA Act on emergency is single lane access. That's what we did in Beryl. Our priority is to provide access so that people can go to and fro, whether it is to reconstitute fordings or whether it is to use temporary means to get people access. The second phase of it is providing two-lane access and clearing debris. And the third phase is normalization. We'll be at the first phase tomorrow, providing single-lane access to those who need it.
Yeah. And Delano Williams, can customers expect any kind of trucking service?
Yes, but it will again come down to where the needs are, how easily we can access those. What we are encouraging, gentlemen, customers, is see how best you can conserve over the next 24 hours from what you already have in storage. We are taking all the requests as quickly as possible so we can plan those routes and commence the trucking as quickly and as safely as possible.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the update at this hour, gentlemen. Thanks very much, Minister with Responsibility for Works, Robert Morgan. Delano Williams,
thank you very much.
Acting Corporate Public Relations Manager at the National Water Commission, and Rowan Brown, Manager Weather Services at the Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having us.
Good. It's 6 minutes going up to 6 o'clock. We are watching the U.S. presidential elections, and two polling clusters in Fulton County in the battleground state of Georgia had bomb threats, as a result of which they have extended the voting time. And I'm also seeing that they have gone to court in one of the counties, Fayette, to have a decision of a local election judge overturned. So things are happening in Georgia, which is a very, very serious battleground.
Absolutely. And if, again, Donald Trump absolutely must win Georgia, if he doesn't, his path to 270 becomes that much more difficult. So the Republicans have been launching a string of lawsuits about a whole host of issues in Georgia. The Georgia Secretary of State says he's keeping calm and he's carrying on. And I also saw reporting earlier, Cliff, that he had rejected several attempts today, calls placed to his office by, would you like to guess who?
Don't tell me Trump.
The former president, Donald Trump. And the Georgia Secretary of State not accepting those calls. The earlier reports indicate. Not clear what he wanted to talk to him about. But the reporting says Trump has
about 12,000 votes.
Trump has been calling his allies all day, peppering them with questions about how it's going. I find it very, very interesting that the top issue coming out of the exit polls so far, democracy beating out the economy.
Yes.
I find that very interesting. That's to be seen. Immigration also not seeming to factor very high in how the population voted today. It's about fifth, I think I saw.
Well,
down
look
on
at
that
what
list.
CNN is just reporting in terms of its latest exit poll on that very issue of how voters view the democracy. 73% say they feel that democracy is under threat.
Is under threat. And so it seems a lot of them went into the ballot box with that on their mind. What does that mean? It's to be seen.
Well, you would have expected that given the focus that the Republicans, in particular the Trump campaign, has placed on the economy and the border, immigration, that those two, certainly the economy should be number one, given the fact that and a majority of Americans say that things are going in the wrong direction.
Absolutely. But both MSNBC and CNN, their exit polling showing that democracy beating out the economy. Trump has spent a lot of capital on immigration. He's told his advisors, even though they told him focus on the economy, he has said to them he thought immigration was the winning issue. It's not seeming so far. I'm
Also,
waiting to see the gender divide.
Yes. 71% now saying they're concerned about violence as a result of the elections.
Yes.
71%.
Yeah.
And that would explain the perception, the belief about the threat to the democracy.
Yeah. So, it's going to be an interesting night. We'll be here. We know you'll be here with us. And we'll be following all the numbers. And we'll give you them as they come.
We're going to be speaking with the former Jamaican U.S. ambassador to Jamaica. Yes? Under the Trump administration.
Donald Tapia.
Yes.
Very colorful individual. Yeah? And a strong Trump supporter.
All right. Stay with us.
Cover Story was brought to you by Hyundai. Modern, premium, affordable vehicles.
The time brought to you by Guardian Life. Live secure, live easy is
6 o'clock.
Nationwide headlines at 6.
Good evening with the headlines at 6. I'm Shaloy Smichael. The Met Service has extended the flash flood watch and warning for northern and southern parishes. In its latest bulletin on Tuesday, it says a tropical storm Raphael continues to move away from the west coast of Jamaica. Heavy rains are expected to continue throughout the evening, measuring 3 to 6 inches. Meanwhile, Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, Richard Thompson, is urging caution as a significant flooding and land slippage have occurred during the passage of the tropical storm.
Even though the tropical storm warning has been lifted, we are still currently on the flash flood warning because we are still having some flooding situation across the island. We have seen flooding in Troja. There's a fort there that was flooded out. There is flooding on St. John's Road, Big Pond in Old Harbour. We have flooding in Yala, flooding in Negril. So we are seeing and some reports of some flooded roads in the property. So we are seeing that the rain is still with us, and we are also having land slippage in some communities. So we are seeing the person still be vigilant, still be careful in terms of being on the road, and where possible, you don't have to go on the road. Stay in until the system is totally out of our geographical space.
Mr. Thompson says ODPEM is still monitoring the situation and remains on alert as the effects of Raphael continues to impact the island. Meanwhile, Mr. Thompson says very few individuals resorted to utilizing the shelters across the island.
We have a number of shelters that were opened. There's around 31 persons in those shelters. Kingston and St. Andrew, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and St. Thomas. Those are the parishes that we saw persons going into shelters. So those parishes, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, Westmoreland, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth, having around about 31 persons in those shelters that were open thus far.
Richard Thompson, Acting Director General of ODPEM. In the meantime, there have been several reports of landslides and flooding across sections of the country. In St. Anne, Mayor of St. Anne's Bay, Michael Bill Navis, says several houses have been flooded.
There's been reports of covering on the road, potholes being created, minor landslides along the coastal areas, some by Duns River and so on. However, up in the hills of St. Anne, it's more serious where we've had several households being washed out in the Sturgedown areas and Limehall areas of St. Anne. Also in Monique area, we understand that the lake there is at capacity, so there may be some outflowing of water there. Also in the Cave Valley areas, it's being threatened as usual. So it's the perennial areas that are in distress right now in St. Anne. But in and all, we have come out pretty much, I would say, relatively unscathed.
Michael Bell Navis, Mayor of St. Anne's Bay. In Clarendon, Mayor of Maypen, Joel Williams, says the shelters in Rocky Point and Palmer's Cross have been activated.
We would have had two of our shelters open. One in Rocky Point. The Rocky Point Center would have been open, and we have about 8 persons there. and we have at Palmer's Cross Primary School 6 persons in that shelter. Maypen in the woods, pretty clear, vehicular traffic are moving back and forth. Up in the hills of the Reaches Division, I would have received a call from the council in that area. They have a few broken poles, and he would have sent those pictures to me, but nothing out of the ordinary at this point in time.
Joel Williams, Mayor of Maypen. Prime Minister Andrew Holness has ordered preliminary damage assessments across the country following intense rainfall, flooding and strong winds associated with Tropical Storm Raphael. The National Works Agency NWA is spearheading the assessments. Minister with responsibility for works, Robert Morgan, says the NWA's immediate focus is on clearing debris, reopening roads and assessing the severity of the damage.
Our emergency response usually has 3 prongs. The first approach is to ensure access, particularly for emergency services such as fire, such as health, and other emergency services. So wherever there's a landslide, we try to create at least a single lane access. After that, we'll then clear the road completely and clear the landslide and do the cleanup as necessary over the next coming days. There are some areas where the landslides may be more challenging. For example, what happened in MP Juliet Cuthbert, West Rural, St. Andrew constituency, where the entire hillside went down. And we're going to have to work with the Member of Parliament and the citizens to see how we can help them by creating a temporary route so that they can actually leave their community.
Robert Morgan, Minister with responsibility for works. Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, says teams have been monitoring sections of the parish that are designated as flood-prone areas.
We continue to monitor the situation across the parish and across the constituency. Thankfully, we haven't had significant wind, but we have seen a lot of rain. So we continue to monitor, especially the areas that are known for flooding across that Treasure Beach belt and in parts of Middle Quarters, parts of Crawford. Continue to see what is happening.
The MP says The MP says his team is working with the Municipal Corporation and the Disaster Management Coordinator to assist those who may need a temporary shelter.
As you know, a number of our families are just recovering from burial. A number of them would have put on temporary fixes to try to ensure that they have a roof over their head. So the rain would be a significant impact on them. So we continue to monitor, we continue to work with Municipal Corporation and the Disaster Management Coordinator to see if anybody is in need of shelters. Thus far, in the constituency, we haven't got any reports of anybody utilizing the shelters, but clearly the rain continues.
Meanwhile, a team from the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, RADA, will be dispatched on Wednesday to assess the extent of damage sustained in the agriculture sector from the heavy rains associated with the tropical storm. Minister Green provided the update with our news center in his capacity as Agriculture Minister.
Raphael has come at the worst possible time. A number of our farmers were just recovering, would have just been seeing their first crops, and as such, with significant water and significant rain can result in significant losses. But very, very early, we continue to monitor. The RADA team will be out come tomorrow to get a fair assessment of the sort of damage that Raphael has caused, and as soon as we have those figures, then we will share them.
Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture. Those were the headlines at 6. I'm Shaloy Smichael. Sports is next.
Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Raphael affecting Jamaica, all Sherwin-Williams Jamaica stores will be closed today, November 5, 2024, for the safety of their team members and customers. Please take every precaution to keep yourselves and your families and loved ones safe. Stay tuned to their social media platforms for updates as we continue to monitor the progress of the storm. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Stay safe, Jamaica.
KFC pop, popcorn chicken. KFC popcorn chicken. Incredible, delicious, finger licking in the sauce when me dip it. I can't resist it. Once you start, you can't stop.
Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's popcorn chicken. Delicious, juicy, irresistible. Now available in barbecue. KFC, it's finger licking good.
KFC pop,
Megamart. Spend $6,000 or more before GCT at any Megamart location and fill out the entry form provided for a chance to win a brand new stove, fridge, and microwave this Christmas from Appliance Traders Limited. Visit us on social media to win monthly prizes courtesy of Lasco, Grace Foods, and Facey Commodity Company Limited. Promotion runs from September 30 to December 6th. Shop now to win a mega kitchen from Megamart. The best value by far. Conditions apply. Must be 18 years or older to enter. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming, and Lotteries Act.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Sports here on Nationwide 90 FM. I'm Wayne Walker. The Jamaica Scorpions registered their second victory of the current CG United Regional Super 50 cricket competition. They beat the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 19 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad today. The Scorpions batted first, and they made 155 for 4 after 30 overs on the ball when rain was suspended. Play was suspended because of rain. Captain John Campbell, 41, and West Indies player Kirk McKenzie, 59, not out, shared in a second wicket stand of 98 against Daryl Cyrus, 2 for 51. When they resumed, the Volcanoes were asked to get 205 in 30 overs, but were dismissed for 186 in 29 overs and 3 balls. Sunil Ambrose made 59, Shamar Holder 37, and Kavem Hutz 36. Markino Minley ended with 4 for 44, while Odin Smith and Tamari Redwood bagged the 2 apiece. The Scorpions' next game will be against the Guyana Harpy Eagles on Thursday, also at the Queen's Park Oval. The West Indies in England will meet tomorrow in the third and final game in their 3-match one-day international series at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, and it's set to start at 1 p.m. Jamaica time. It's all to play for after the teams split the first 2 games. The West Indies won the first game comfortably by 8 wickets before England hit back in the second game to win by 5 wickets. The stage is now set for the decider, with Cricket West Indies reducing the cost of admission to the game to encourage support for the home team. Defending champions Real Madrid, they suffered a crushing 3-1 defeat to Italian giants AC Milan in their European Champions League clash at the Santiago de Bernabeu today. Milan took the lead after 12 minutes through Malik Thiaw. Madrid hit back in the 23rd minute from the spot with the Brazilian Vinicius converting the penalty. However, Milan ran away with all 3 points with further goals from Alvaro Morata and Tijani Reinders.
Christian Pulisic, set piece taker as well, whips in! Rising to win. Real Madrid concede the first goal at the Bernabeu again. Pulisic for Chao. It's 1-0 to Milan. Vinicius Jr. steps up to take the penalty and gets Manuel to commit. Cheeky as you like from Vinicius Jr. Real Madrid level. Pulisic into Leao. And Leao in his own Leao. And a save from Luna Morata against his former team. Wonderful football from Fonseca. Who was harried? Leao warding off Eder Militao. Oh, come back. It's a Reinders! Massive chance now for Milan to win at the Bernabeu. And it's a 2-goal lead for AC Milan.
The shock of the day was in Portugal, where former winners and reigning English champions Manchester City were spanked 4-1 by Sporting CP. Victor Gyoreges bagged a hat-trick to destroy City, who were losing their 3rd game in a row in all competitions. No such problems for the English Premier League leaders Liverpool. They blanked German champions Bayer Leverkusen 4-0 at Anfield today, thanks to a hat-trick from Luis Diaz, while Celtic topped RB Leipzig by 3-1. Respected track and field pundit Leighton Levy says the sports world governing body, World Athletics, did the correct thing by issuing the 2024 Diamond League winners with wild-card entries to the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan next year. And let's tell you from now that Nationwide 90 FM will have live coverage of the World Championships in Tokyo, Japan. We'll also be on the ground in Tokyo to bring you what we did in Paris. So look forward to that. Now, the about turn by World Athletics has benefited two Jamaicans in sprinter Akeem Blake and long jumper Tijay Gale, who both won their events at the Diamond League finals in Brussels. The World Athletics had said the Tokyo World Championship wildcards would go instead to the 2025 Diamond League winners, but Levy says that move was unfair and he's now happy they've corrected it.
I think the decision to reverse
the initial decision that the wild cards would only apply next year makes sense, because what it did initially was deny the Diamond League winners from this year the opportunity to qualify for the World Championships next year. It then gives additional people an opportunity to qualify for the World Championships next year as well. Because what it did this year is take away that opportunity, and it wasn't fair to the athletes who won the Diamond League this year, who had that opportunity, who had that privilege, so to speak, of then earning their spot in the World Championships next year.
Levy says the decision will also make preparation for the World Championship a lot easier for Blake in particular, and he hopes the sprinter can finally go on to fulfill his potential.
What we've seen from Hakeem Blake is maybe a lack of more experience in competing against high quality competition, and I think we need to see him compete more against the Oblique Sevilles and of course the Kishian Thompson and others who may emerge in the next year, to give him that experience so that when he goes into the major championships he has a greater comfort level in competing with some of the world's best, because some of our sprinters are the world's best. I think it's a nice opportunity for him. We've seen him develop. He has had some pitfalls along the way, but he's consistently rebounded, and I think he's at the age now and the maturity now, and I think with the requisite experience, I think he'll probably break through in the coming year to be among Jamaica's elite sprinters.
That's Leighton Levy. The overseas-based participants for this year's 57th Jamaica Open Golf Tournament are due to start arriving in the island on Thursday. The tournament will be held at the world-famous Charles Golf Course in Hanover, November 10 to 12. However, action gets underway on Saturday, November 9, with the Pro-Am Tournament. President of the Jamaica Golf Association, Jody Munn-Barrow, says the course is in immaculate condition, but she's wary of the adverse weather conditions affecting the country.
Trial is immaculate, as usual. It's immaculate. Their course superintendent, has been working really, really hard to make sure everything is in order. We are a little bit concerned, of course, with the weather, the upcoming possible bad weather that may greet us the next couple of days. But I'm hoping that weather will come in quickly and leave quickly. Have a decent tournament.
Munn-Barrow says she's expecting at least 70 golfers for the tournament, a situation she welcomes, but also believes it could be a problem.
It is good for us, but it's also very nerve-wracking, because with that amount of players on the course, you have to do split tees, so you have to start on both holes 1 and 10. You have to really push the players around the course quickly because, of course, light is an issue. And then if there's a rain delay, that puts us behind the 8 ball.
That's Jody Munn-Barrow, president of the Jamaica Golf Association. So far, 61 golfers have been registered, for one from Australia and another from Uganda. The winner will take home US $20,000. And finally, in sports at the stand, the Los Angeles Lakers, they crashed to a 115-103 defeat to the Detroit Pistons in the NBA last night. In other results, the LA Clippers were too good for San Antonio, 113-104. Phoenix brushed aside Philadelphia, 118-116. Denver stopped Vancouver, 121-119. Indiana tagged Dallas, 134-127. Portland defeated New Orleans, 118-100. And Oklahoma turned back Orlando, 102-86. And just to repeat the top news of the day so far for Jamaica, the Scorpions, they have won a second straight game in their regional Super 50 cricket competition, beating the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 19 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method. The Jamaica Scorpions made 155 for 4 in 30 overs and 1 ball. And because of rain, the target was revised. The Volcanoes were actually asked to get 205, and they fell short. Bowled out for 186 with just about 3 balls to spare. All right, that will do it for sports.
For all your scales and food processing equipment, call Advanced Scales and Equipment Limited at 876-968-9612-5. The time by Advanced Scales and Equipment Limited is
6:18.
Want to start investing in stocks but don't know how? Then the JMMB Income and Growth Fund could fit your future best with returns that outperform inflation and tax-free advantages. Visit jm.jmmb.com to get started with as little as $5,000. Conditions apply.
Are you ready to turn your sales and marketing skills into high earnings? Nationwide 90 FM is searching for business development executives to build lasting client relationships. If you have experience across all stages of the sales cycle and possess strong communication, negotiation, and time management skills with a proven sales track record, this opportunity is perfect for you. Join our team and work with the top corporate brands, media agencies, and of course, our on-air personalities. Enjoy networking opportunities, professional growth, and competitive commissions. Ready to take the next step? Send your resume to hr@nationwidenewsnetwork.com today.
Taboo topics, bulletins after dusk,
riveting discussions,
celebrity news and interviews,
topics that are shunned by society,
and everything else in between.
Boyatings After Dark with Kareem Boyatings each and every Wednesday, 8 to 11 p.m.
Boyatings After Dark.
No topic is too taboo or hard to discuss. Come get your mind blown and your curiosity explored.
Boyatings After Dark.
As we grow older, there are many challenges that we have to confront, but these years can represent the best in our lives. Coming of Age during Nationwide This Morning on Thursdays explores issues persons 50 and over confront. It also provides expert opinions on how we can improve the quality of our lives as we get older. That's Coming of Age, this and every Thursday during Nationwide This Morning at 6:51 a.m.
Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton, weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Alan Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green. And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we are all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Good evening, and welcome to Public Opinion. I'm Robianne Williams. A special good evening to our friends on our YouTube platform. Thank you so much for tuning in. We invite you to weigh in live in the comment section on today's Public Opinion. It's a wet Tuesday evening, and the Met Service has extended the flash flood watch and warning for northern and southern parishes. We've been getting heavy rainfall, winds from tropical storm Raphael as it continues to move away from the west coast of Jamaica. Raphael it's forecast to be near the Cayman Islands this evening and near or over western Cuba on Wednesday. Now, we Jamaicans, whenever we hear storm a come or we hear hurricane a come, somehow we just run go to the supermarket. We start panic buy. Yeah, we start stock up. So the question for us in Public Opinion this evening that I'm asking, did you
Are you one of those, one of us Jamaicans we stock up on groceries? Did you stock up on groceries in anticipation for Tropical Storm Raphael? That's the public opinion question this evening. I'm going to start with the comments on Facebook to see what the people them saying. Jody CJ says, wasn't necessary for me to buy anything. It's just one day of rain and I already did my regular stocking up on Saturday. Yeah. Fabian Smith says, nope, this was the business people. Oh, this is what the business people them want we for do. Spend off with money. Shelly Ann says, no, sir, I didn't even look at the supermarket. Alma Thomas says, had things at home already. Me now mash up my Christmas money. Hilarious. Yeah, man, it's month end. Month end just, there's somebody said month end was last week, so them already have them groceries. Philip Jackson says, when a stranger is just passing by you, you don't have to stock up. Just for that quick visit, just a one meal is okay. Raphael will do with just a snack, him not delaying. All right, okay. Jacqueline Lindo says, most of Jamaica have no money. All right. Maureen McLeod says, whatever is already at home is enough to suffice for a few days, so shopping wasn't necessary. Audrey Smith says, oh no. I didn't because I saw no reason to. Yeah? Michael Henry says, no, because I'll know me can't get the 20K from the government. Michael Henry. That is hilarious. I know a lot of people received that good email to say that the money has been dispersed. Yeah. Maureen Bryan is saying not at all. She didn't stock up on groceries. Also, Shanika Green saying nope, never stock up none at all. Natalie Winter says yes, she stocked up only what was well needed for a day. Yeah, okay. You have a whole heap of people, we Jamaicans, we love you. So when we're going at the wholesale, we're going at the supermarkets, we always see the bread shelf empty. Especially when storm come, we hear say storm come and we hear say hurricane come. The bread shelf just empty. Sometimes the bun shelf empty too, because you try get them food the way you can munch pan. Edney Powell says no. Why would I? It just never makes sense. It passing through. Shins for Life says these weather alerts are for the wholesalers, hardware and supermarket people to benefit from massive sales of goods and products. Well, we did get some rain in our Shins for Life. We got a lot of rain. Andy is saying no, didn't stock up any at all. Nadisha, I've never gone out of my way to shop for surplus. I use whatever is in my household. Some people say they nah no money if you go do no shopping. Kadian says there was no need to for just one day of rain and wind. Tomorrow everything will be back to normal in majority of the areas that was not badly affected. Yeah. Cleveland Richard says, never have to. Still have all my Sunday dinner in the fridge and some other knickknacks. The Sunday, Monday slap, but when it extend to the Tuesday, yeah. All right, on our X platform, Shanae is saying, nope, month end was just last week, already stocked up with what I needed. The question we're asking in public opinion this evening, did you stock up on groceries in anticipation for the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael? We got rainfall, we got wind, and we're asking, did you buy any groceries? Truth and Right says no, and Jamaicans need to stop this. We're living in modern times. Well, I guess you can always, people always want bread. Graham Jervis says, nope, Jamaica can manage this easily. The roads and hilly areas with landslides may just need some clearing and repatching. Let me see what's going on our YouTube platform. Father Perry is saying, can't believe Jamaican people are so childish to allow little rain to detain the entire country. That's why productivity is so low in the country. And I know what you're getting at, Father Perry, because a lot of people stayed home today. I was asked the question, when me I go work, go do. I mean, in my line of work, it's indeed necessary for me to go to work. When storm come, when breeze a blow, it's necessary for me to come to work to keep you, the people, informed. Yes? Mick Huell is saying essentials just in case. He's saying that food shelves empty fast. Yeah? Flame Fruit Guy is saying, no, this is the only time I never buy anything. And some people, they're them yard a laugh off who we buy now. Yeah? And you say it's better to be prepared. D Muse is saying, I was prepared for burial, but not for this one generally. Yesterday was my Earth Strong. Happy belated birthday, D Muse. Big up yourself as a Scorpio. Yeah? My fellow Scorpion. I'm good, just considering about who are less fortunate. Coming from D Muse there. Leroy Rotty, good evening to you. I hope you're safe wherever you are. Let me see if I can get in some more. Baby Twice FM at 20k. After Black Friday, hoping my belly full from berry. Okay, wow. Yeah. Sonia Solomon says she did regular shopping on Saturday, so it wasn't necessary this time around. And not true, like Mountain was just last week, so people normally would have buy up them little groceries and thing. Jacqueline Thomas said, never call for this time around, yeah? It never call for the excessive buying of groceries and run up and down for bread and them something they never call for. All right. On Instagram, let me see if I can get in some. Know Me Without God is saying, nope, never take it serious and food already in my house. Let me see. Sheldon is saying, didn't seem serious and it's a good thing I didn't because we got nothing this side but some drizzle. Even had to go to work. I know enough people listening, enough people listening or watching. Them very happy for the little weather, because what? Them get a free day from work. Them get a free pass. Yeah? Well, we the people over here on this side were not so lucky. We did have to come in at work. Rain or shine, storm or hurricane. Let me see if I can get in some more. Juliet Sanchez says she's heading to bed. Then Juliet, you now wait for your election announcement. You dey go to your bed? And of course, yes, I am a Scorpion. I celebrated my birthday last Saturday. Stephen R. Smith says there was no need to stock up. Yeah, no need to stock up. Leroy says, I'm not for doing no farmer panic shopping. Always have stuff on hand. That is good. That is good. Juliet Sanchez said, Lord, there is a long line at the polling station. I went. Ooh, Juliet, stick to it. Stay to it. If you have not already, stay to it. Yeah. Let me see if I can get in some more. Thank you, Dorian Clark. Much appreciated. Mildred saying, just continue with my preparations for the season and made sure to store water. Yep, because in these times, turbidity and everything, you may not have access to your water supply as you normally would. Maybe light. Some sections I've heard nano-light. Yeah. Let me see if I can get in some more. Cross says, I work remote. No need to stock up. Thank you. Is it Jama Crazy? Yeah, big up yourself. Barbara Ellington says, I am over 60 and I have never shopped for a hurricane. I am always prepared because we have hurricane season annually. Duh. Barbara Ellington, like a little attitude. Duh. You have to be prepared. Nevertheless, you know that June to November is hurricane season. So you just know you buy up maybe some tin stuff just in case. Just in case. Carol DaCosta said things have changed now. Lots of us work from home. There was no need to stock up. That is true. That is true. But for those of us who had to brave the weather and come out of our bed and oh my God, we wanted to stay in, I can relate. I can definitely relate. But if you're just joining us, we're inside the court of public opinion. We're asking, did you stock up on groceries in anticipation of Tropical Storm Raphael? The latest bulletin we got from Met, and I'll search for it right away. They said that flash flood watch remains in effect for Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, St. Mary, and Portland until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. This means that flash flooding is possible and residents should be ready for quick action if flooding is observed or if a warning is issued. In the meantime, flash flood warning is in effect for Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Kingston, St. Andrew and St. Thomas until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 6th. So wherever you are across the island, please, we ask of you to remain safe, stay safe, protect yourself and your property. If it is that you're living in low-lying, flood-prone areas, you know what to do before it is too late. Thank you guys so much for participating in Public Opinion. That's all the time we have. Do stay tuned. The Business Report is up next.
Public Opinion was brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Drive the most exciting new vehicles in Jamaica. Schedule your 2024 Ford Ranger pickup or Ford Everest 7-seater SUV test drive now. Call or visit KIG today.
The time by KIG is
6:33. Hello, good evening, and welcome to Nationwide's Business Report. I'm Robianne Williams. The 2024 U.S. election, which went to the polls on Tuesday, is set to become the most expensive in history, with total contributions reaching $15.9 billion. The spending, which includes congressional contests, will surpass the $15.1 billion spent in 2020 and more than double 2016's $6.5 billion, according to non-profit Open Secrets. Now, in the hotly contested presidential race, Vice President Kamala Harris has emerged as the fundraising leader. Her campaign directly raised over $1 billion, with 40% coming from small donors, plus an additional $586 million from supporting political action committees. Now, Donald Trump's campaign raised $382 million directly, with 28% from small donors, while affiliated committees contributed $694 million. In other news, offices of streaming giant Netflix in Paris and Amsterdam have been raided by the French and Dutch authorities as part of an investigation into tax fraud. According to BBC, officials from the two countries have been cooperating on the case since the investigation was opened in November 22. That should be 2022. Netflix has not yet made any specific comment on the raids, but insists it has complied with tax laws wherever it operates. Now, the Amsterdam office is the headquarters of the company's operations in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. The company is also under investigation for tax filings for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And finally, in the currency markets at the close of trading today, it cost 159 Jamaican dollars and 21 cents to buy $1 US, 206 Jamaican dollars and 96 cents to buy 1 British pound, and 114 Jamaican dollars and 84 cents to buy the Canadian dollar. That's the business report. But before I go, I want to tell you, the people, that tomorrow, Cliff and myself will be going up against Siobhan Campbell and Tana Thomas in Nationwide's quiz competition. Yeah, and we're going to be bringing the heat. Yeah? That's all the time we have. I'm Robianne Williams. Good evening.
Due to the impact of Tropical Storm Raphael affecting Jamaica, all Sherwin-Williams Jamaica stores will be closed today, November 5, 2024, for the safety of their team members and customers. Please take every precaution to keep yourselves and your families and loved ones safe. Stay tuned to their social media platforms for updates as we continue to monitor the progress of the storm. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Stay safe, Jamaica.
You hear the news?
AM Financial give them customers cash back for the Christmas. Cash back! You can get up to $15,000 with every loan disbursed. A true. Plus, them increase them loan amount so you can get anything you want. And with every loan, you get a free gift. Free! Apply now at loansale.aimfinancialja.com or WhatsApp 876-437-3982. Make sure you apply early. Promotion ends January 31st. Conditions apply.
Ready to make every step count? The CB Group UE5K is back for its 13th year, and together we're changing lives. And this year we're aiming for 100 more scholarships, 100 more dreams fulfilled. Join us on Sunday, November 24 at 6:30 a.m. at UE Mona. Let's run for dreams, run for hope, and run for a brighter future at the CB Group UE5K and Run with Passion Kids K. Register now at runningeventsja.com and let's make a difference one step at a time.
This is an important announcement for the staff, contractors and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited will resume operations tomorrow, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 8 a.m. We ask that you all continue to observe all local regulations, keep watching their social media pages, and keep listening to our local media stations for any other updates. Your safety remains their utmost priority. That was an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
If it's in the public's interest, it's the nation's business during Nationwide at 5. The nation's business is...
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, Nationwide This Morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide at 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Not a mercy. This one is very classic, dedicated to all the schoolers who are taking them.
If you've ever struggled to pass an exam, then you'll know that students today are under great pressure to get good grades and secure qualification needed to move on to higher education. The problem is that too many students are struggling alone and could really benefit from connecting with hardworking teachers and other bright students in other parts of the country and the region. Join me, Dennis Brooks, this and every Friday evening from 8 to 9, with a repeat on Saturday morning from 8 to 9. For the A-Team, a study group on radio. My team of teachers, students, and experts will break down the syllabus, giving you information, tips, and past paper questions that will help you get top grades in your upcoming exams. Follow us on Facebook Live and on Twitter and be a part of the community. It's the A-Team. Fridays at 8 p.m. with a repeat at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. It's your free extra class on radio and social media. And it's right here on Nationwide 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Are you ready to turn your sales and marketing skills into high earnings? Nationwide 90 FM is searching for business development executives to help us grow our business and build lasting client relationships. If you have experience across all stages of the sales cycle and possess strong communication, negotiation, and time management skills with a proven sales track record, this opportunity is perfect for you. Join our team and work with the top corporate brands, media agencies, and of course, our on-air personalities. Enjoy networking opportunities, professional growth, and competitive commissions. Ready to take the next step? Send your resume to hr@nationwidenewsnetwork.com today. Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton. Weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Nation's Business is brought to you by BH Paints. Paint it, love it with BH Paints.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. It's time for the Nation's Business. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Cliff Hughes.
And just before we go to our planned segment, just to bring you up-to-date listeners, the first batch of votes have started to come in the U.S. presidential election. The states of Indiana and Kentucky are reporting Donald Trump so far dominating those returns. In Indiana, he's leading by 17 percentage points. In Kentucky, by 32 percentage points. But to tell you, early votes in Kentucky, he has 54,104 votes. Kamala, 27,712. In Indiana, he has 177,376 votes. She has 126,516. At the top of the hour, in 15 minutes, that's when it gets really good. Georgia, the polls there will close. So too in South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. And then at 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia will follow. And then we'll be truly into the thick of things.
And where Indiana and Kentucky are concerned, those are two safe, reliable red states.
Absolutely.
That Donald Trump is expected to win handsomely, as the initial returns are showing.
Yes.
Indiana, the last time Indiana voted for a Democrat was back in 2008 when it voted for Barack Obama.
Marginally. He then lost it to Mitt Romney in 2012. And since then, it has been safely in the Republican column.
Well, let's turn now to local matters here. The constabulary force is advising members of the public that the Hordley Main Road in St. Thomas is impassable. The area has been inundated with the floodwaters due to the inclement weather. All major roads leading to Loidas Vale in St. Catherine, that's in the northwest of St. Catherine, are also blocked due to flooding. Motorists are being advised to use the alternative route where possible. In the meantime, Acting Director General of ODPEM, Richard Thompson, is urging caution as significant flooding and land slippage have occurred during the passage of Raphael.
Now, while the tropical storm warning has been lifted, Mr. Thompson says the heavy rains have caused significant challenges. He's reporting that ODPEM is still monitoring the situation and remains on alert as the effects of Raphael continue to impact the island. We have with us now Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of PSTEB, that's the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, Gary McKenzie. Good evening, AC.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, listeners.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, when you were with us yesterday, you outlined some challenges in terms of what you expected on some of the thoroughfares across the country. How did they hold up today?
Well, as was predicted, there was continuous rainfall, and so the roads were very wet, and in some instances there were a lot of water on several of them. I did speak about the western parishes, but I just want to mention that the Bagua Gorge is still closed, and the St. John's Road leading from Spanish Town towards Point Hill direction, there is some amount of water in the Johnston Pen area, so motorists need to be very careful. The alternate as it relates to Bagua is via the north-south toll. Barry is not an alternative at this time. I understand that there are some amount of fallen trees that persons will have to navigate. But the areas in the west, for example, Westmoreland, they are experiencing some amount of water. The Negril Bridge was blocked earlier today. That, though, has been cleared. There are some areas that electricity is out because some of the posts have been shifted, and in some instances there were some down trees. So the highways continue to be very wet, and especially the north-south, which is Caymanas leading to Mammy Bay, that area, when the rain falls, persons tend not to be navigating the area very well, and so we have had a lot of crashes from time to time. So those are some of the things that are happening.
What about St. Mary, Portland, that corridor through the junction? Any word from
Well,
that?
the junction, there is some amount of slippages as it relates to falling rocks and so on. But it is passable. When you go around the Portland side, there is some amount of water on the road as well, and it is causing some issues. So motorists just need to slow down, but we have not gotten reports that it has been completely blocked.
We have with us now the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, Desmond McKenzie. Good evening, Minister.
Good evening, Minister.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Give us.
Basically, the mayors that I've spoken to that have been sending me reports. Westmoreland had some heavy rains and they lost power sometime during the day. St. Anne is another area. Clarendon is one. St. Elizabeth is the other. We have two open shelters in St. Thomas in the corporate area. Based on what I'm getting out of Portland and St. Mary, it is not as bad as we were anticipating in terms of those two parishes. But in St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, sections of Westmoreland seems to is the area that is most of concern in terms of the reports that I've been getting from the mayors and at them so far. The Prime Minister did give instructions for us to commence an assessment, and the team will be out first thing tomorrow to do those assessments. But basically what we are getting so far is a lot of rain, flooding in areas that we anticipated flooding to take place, and other areas which have seen excess rainfall at this time. But it is early days to give a real clear assessment as to what is happening out there as it relates to the passage of this tropical system.
You mentioned that you had to open some shelters. Did you have anyone occupying those shelters today?
Overall, I think of the shelters, we had about 32 people right across where the shelters were open. I can't be specific in terms of numbers, but I do know in St. Elizabeth, the municipal corporation has been working with the Member of Parliament to find some alternative solutions for persons who had to evacuate their homes.
Yes.
But we have not had a lot of persons gravitating to shelters this time around. But the shelters will still be activated. We are not going to reduce the activities within our shelters, and as it relates to the various parishes, we will keep that up. And then tomorrow we will make an assessment to see whether or not we should continue or we should scale down.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the level of support your ministry will be able to provide to the municipal corporations and the mayors, what's that going to look like going forward?
Well, I can't say, because it's going to be difficult for me to give an assessment. I know we're going to be working closely with the National Works Agency in assessing the damage, and already in some municipalities they have already started to assist in the clearing of roads. Earlier on, Mayor Scott gave me a very positive response from sections of St. Catherine, and Mayor Bell Davis from St. Anne, and also Mayor Williams out of Clarendon. It is not going to be easy right now, Ricardo and Cliff, to put a finger on the situation as it speaks right now, because it is too early for us to assess that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And ACP Mackenzie, what is topmost in your mind as we enter tonight and the system drifts away? We should be getting back to normality?
Right. So based on the projections, yes, we should be getting back to normal tomorrow. But the appeal that I would like to make is for persons to continue to stay off the roads for tonight, because one of the things that happens sometimes is that during the night there could be changes to various roadways in terms of the level of water. Sometimes trees may be down and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is really not wise to take the chance out there during the night. And so the appeal is for persons to be cautious if you have to move. We know that we have essential services workers that have to move around, but they need to be careful. What we will do is to, again, be out there, try to be visible. We will ensure that, as much as we can put on our social media platform the various advice in terms of where persons should be very careful and where they should not go. We will continue to do that. But the appeal is to continue to be careful, conform to the advisories that have been given out via the media and from the experts, and let us do our best we can remain safe.
Mm-hmm. Thank you
And
very much.
I want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Mackenzie on that issue. While the system has turned away from us, and some of the warnings have been lifted, the amount of rainfall that we have been getting across the country, not just since the passage of the tropical system, but before that, has created some problems right across the country. So persons must, exercise some level of control in regards to how they move and the areas in which they traverse.
Yes. Thank you very much. Desmond
Thanks for
Mackenzie
having me.
is the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and, of course, Assistant Commissioner Gary Mackenzie of PSTEB. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. 4 minutes going up to 7 o'clock. Are you seeing these figures coming out of Georgia? They are now up to 71% turnout of eligible voters. 71%. That is massive.
I told you earlier that what I was seeing suggested that turnout across the battleground states was going to be significant. And that's so far panning out.
We were watching the television about half an hour ago.
Yes.
In one polling booth in Wisconsin. The turnout was up to 95%.
Wouldn't that be good if we saw it in Jamaica?
Wow.
It would be so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these numbers are historic.
It's look like it's going to be a high turnout election. As to what that means, we're going to have to wait to see.
Yeah.
And in 3 minutes, we're going to really now get into the thick of things. The polls will close in Georgia, fully close in Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. And then at 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia will follow. So by then, we'll start to have a real clear picture of what the American people have decided in this election.
And they have decided now.
Yes.
The voting is about to close right across America, except there are some places where voting time has been extended, especially in those areas in Georgia, where there were 2 bomb threats earlier today. And in Philly, the lines continue to be very long.
Very long.
Yeah.
They're reporting that Donald Trump is on the radio in Philadelphia, urging his supporters to go out and vote. Let me just check what time the polls close in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So still some time, about an hour.
An hour to go.
So he's making a last-minute effort to get them out. So let's see if that works.
Because this could come down to a couple thousand votes,
Absolutely.
determining the winner.
Absolutely.
Wow. Let's take the break, and when we come back, we're going to get the closing. Yeah, the polls in Georgia are about to close in 1.5 minutes.
Nation's Business was brought to you by BH Paints. Paint it, love it with BH Paints.
Drive Hyundai vehicles beyond your dreams with an exclusive 4.99% interest rate. Yes! Shop Hyundai vehicles and get a super low 4.99% interest rate on your car loan. Plus 2 years free service, 1 year insurance, and 5 years warranty. Offer valid on all 2024 Hyundai vehicles. Drive your Hyundai with the lowest interest, 4.99%. Conditions apply.
This is an important announcement for the staff, contractors and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited will resume operations tomorrow, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 8 a.m. We ask that you all continue to observe all local regulations, keep watching their social media pages, and keep listening to our local media stations for any other updates. Your safety remains their utmost priority. That was an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited.
As we grow older, there are many challenges that we have to confront, but these years can represent the best in our lives. Coming of Age during Nationwide This Morning on Thursdays explores issues persons 50 and over confront. It also provides expert opinions on how we can improve the quality of our lives as we get older. That's Coming of Age, this and every Thursday during Nationwide This Morning at 6:51 a.m.
And with the first set of the other major results, MSNBC, we're going to join their feed where they're saying they are projecting that Kamala Harris has won Vermont, Trump has won Kentucky, no surprise. It's too early to call Georgia. Let's join them.
The presidential race is too early to call. Moving now to South Carolina. South Carolina polls are closed, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is too early to call. I will say we are expecting quite a lot of vote from Georgia and most of Florida, even as some of Florida's voting precincts are not closed. We'll get a lot of that vote soon. Right now, in terms of the road to 270, we're very early on that road. Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. Let's take a look at what we've got in the Senate race thus far. We do have some Senate races in states that have just closed. In Virginia, we've got Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine and Hung Cao, who is the Republican challenger right there. NBC News projects that the Virginia Senate race is too early to call. Going now to Indiana. In the Indiana Senate race, we've got Republican Jim Banks and Democrat Valerie McRae. Indiana projects that NBC News projects that the Indiana Senate race is too early to call. And up to Vermont, where incumbent independent who caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, is facing Republican Gerald Malloy in Vermont. The Senate race, NBC News projects, is too early to call. Let's look at a couple of governor's races. In Indiana, we have a very closely watched governor's race, which itself is interesting given Indiana's reputation as a strong red state. Republican Mike Braun versus Democrat Jennifer McCormick. The Indiana governor's race is too early to call. And finally, the Vermont governor's race at this hour between Republican incumbent Phil Scott and Democratic challenger Esther Charleston. The Vermont governor's race is too early to call. Those are our initial projections for the first big round of poll closings. But there's going to be a whole night full of them. Steve, what have we got since we last spoke to you?
Yeah, so what's about to happen here in Georgia is that by this new state law, every early vote from every county has to be reported out in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. The early vote is more than 4 million votes. We know that. It's about 80% of all the votes. So we're just waiting. This could start lighting up any second if it goes to plan. While we wait for that, I do want to show you Florida, because Florida is a state that counts super fast. And while we don't think of Florida as that competitive tonight, one that we wanted to look at, and I wanted to flag, is right here. This is Osceola County. This is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any county in Florida. 1/3 of the population in Osceola County is of Puerto Rican descent. So obviously, given the events in the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump has actually been doing much better in this county than Republicans have done in the past. Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran. Look at this in 2020. We talked about his Hispanic voter growth in 2020. A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now, take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on Election Day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump, in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here, is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on Election Day, maybe that blows up a little bit this year. But we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
Chris.
Just something to keep your eye on in Florida tonight. The last New York Times Siena poll had Trump up 13 points in Florida, which is sort of an outlier and surprised a lot of people. One thing I'm looking at tonight is what you might call the Florida heat sink effect, which is we have the Electoral College. I think it's a terrible system, but it's what we have. From the Electoral College standpoint, it makes no difference whether you win Florida by 1 point, 10 points, or 20 points. There are many MAGA diehards who have moved to Florida over the last 4 years. We know this from moving data from colder Midwestern states that are in play. There is the possibility that Donald Trump and Republicans end up on the wrong side of that trade.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. We do have a couple of additional calls. In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. And we've got an additional Indiana call in the Senate race. The Indiana Senate race, NBC News now projects that Republican Jim Banks has won that race. Again, early calls just after poll closings in Indiana. There is an additional race in Indiana that we are watching that's got nationwide eyes on it, which, again, is a remarkable thing given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana. But that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. So sorry to interrupt you.
No, just to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives have moved to Florida. We've seen it in the voter registration data. We know the state is moving to the right, partly because of influx of folks. There is an inefficiency in the Electoral College to winning Florida by 10 or 13 points. I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move from Saginaw, Michigan down to Orlando, how much your vote counts, but it does matter for our purposes. And so one of the things I'm looking at tonight is that Florida margin, because it might be much bigger, and you might think, oh, wow, that shows strength. That might actually not be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote.
One of the calls that we just got on the presidential race was the first call for Vice President Harris. She has been projected by NBC News to be the winner in Vermont, and I reiterate that now because, interestingly, Vermont's governor is a Republican. His name is Phil Scott. There isn't a call yet in the Vermont governor's race. It's still too early to call. But Governor Phil Scott of Vermont walked out of his polling place today and said this. He said, quote, "I did some soul searching and thought about a lot of different things and came to the conclusion that I had to put country over party. I voted for Kamala Harris," the Vermont Republican governor up for re-election in a very blue state, saying that he crossed party lines to vote for the Democratic nominee for president.
Yeah. That is also the question that is laying out there. You were talking about Florida, and so, I've always got to text my Florida friends. It's kind of what I do. But the other interesting thing that's happened is that you've seen a lot of Florida voters migrate. Republicans have been winning the voter registration game for a long time in the state of Florida, but independents are winning it harder. And so you're starting to see a big part of that electorate in Florida be independent and no party affiliated. And the turnout, it looks like, as statewide voter turnout, and we'll get all the final numbers of, when we get them approved to say, but it's looking like it's going to be like a quarter independent. Now, that does not mean that Donald Trump is going to, obviously, Florida is a Republican state, but it does throw into kind of the air kind of what happens with particularly white and Latino voters who may have in the last week, to your point, watched Donald Trump do some really strange, crude, odd things that I think this Vermont Republican governor also watched, and people in the end who decide late going, there are some indications that late breakers are leaning toward Harris.
And I think we should watch for that also in states that have a lot more money and ads and energy pouring into them. What was so interesting about Iowa, and now we get to learn tonight or in the coming days how it lands, but Iowa was outside of these holy seven battleground states that really one of the few things that campaigns agree on. Both campaigns said it looks like these seven, and then maybe there's more. And so what happens in those final really key 10 days and whether places that aren't getting pummeled with ads got news and information, and the women's vote, whether that breaks one way or the other, is what we're watching for as well.
Well, and also you have to keep in mind that a lot of those undecided voters who are making game time calls want to vote for a winner. And I really think this is unscientific. But the last week has been a very good close for Kamala Harris, not a good close for Donald Trump. He hasn't been able to fill the rallies. He's addled. He has racist comedians opening. Whatever. It's been a trashy week for Donald Trump. It's been a very strong week for Kamala Harris. And if you're sitting there in the line thinking, I want to vote for the person who has a W at the end of their name after this is all over, that's a good thing for Kamala
And can
Harris.
I just add that I think it's important for us to say that, if you're watching, as Nicole said, stay in line. There have been some extended voting hours, so I just want to, say to people, hopefully you're listening to us on Sirius XM and not at home if you are in one of these states. And NBC now is able to report this as well. You have Cambria County, Pennsylvania. You have extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern because there were voting machine outages this morning. This is a court order. So if you're in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, if you're in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, extended till 9:30. There are 2 precincts in Cobb County, Georgia that will be open for another 10 minutes. So if you're in line per judge's orders, you can still vote. 2 precincts in North Carolina, Wilson County, and 1 in Burke. Both were extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time. And 1 more, St. Clair County, Alabama. A judge has ruled that polling locations affected by ballot printing issues stay open until 9. So I think to that point, late breakers are probably they're election day voters for the most part. So don't get out of line. And also be careful what you're hearing in those lines. We've seen a lot of threats. We've seen a lot of sort of strange rumors. try not to spread them. Don't text them to people. Don't spread disinformation on accident. Just stay in line and do your thing. You got one job. Vote.
Don't be dissuaded. Don't be afraid. Don't let anybody talk you out of it.
Exactly.
While we are waiting for what we expect to be a large number of votes reported out of Georgia, let's go live to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Liz Kreutz has been talking to voters as they've been queued up to vote in Arizona. Liz, what have you seen today?
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, we are in the critical Maricopa County. Often people say so goes Maricopa County, so goes the state. And right now there's a very long line here at this polling location in Scottsdale. Right now, we'll show it to you. Maybe about 60 or 70 people here in line waiting. And some people saying it's taking about an hour for them to get inside there. Part of that is because of this long 2-page ballot here in the state. It's the longest ballot the state's had since 2006. So it just takes a long time to fill out. But not every polling place has a line this long. In fact, there are even there's a Republican group here that's been renting out a bus that they're calling the Trump train, and they're actually shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location that doesn't have as long of lines. There's also signs here that say it's fine, stay in line. So they're hoping people don't see this and get discouraged. As we talk about turnout, though, Rachel, right now, I think Republicans are feeling pretty encouraged here at this moment. Coming into today in Maricopa County, there were more than 1.5 million voters who had cast their ballots. Today, Maricopa County has seen more than 200,000 people cast their ballots. 40% of those ballots today have been from those independent voters, 39% from Republican, 21% from Democrat. Going into today, Republican turnout had been higher, which is to be expected since voter registration among Republicans is higher than Democrat here. I think Democrats have been hoping they'd see some high turnout today. So they're certainly going to be banking on those independent voters, those other voters, to see how they break and if they go for Harris here in Arizona. Rachel.
Liz, thank you. Liz Kreutz in Maricopa County. Really long ballots in Arizona. Maricopa County voters on average being asked to vote on 79 different items on their ballot. Seriously. But while we were checking in with Liz, we got the first big batch of votes out of Georgia. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah. Okay, so as we said, we expect a ton to come in here, and what's supposed to happen is all of the early vote. That includes vote by mail and in-person early voting that's been going on the last few weeks. All of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's varying what we're getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. And two counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating Trump 2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been growing. It's been diversifying, sort of an emerging suburb. It's now, the population's now about half black. It's a place Republicans used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the election day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population-dense, immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other two counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high-college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along. Look at that Republican margin drop. Look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight. We only have 6%. We need a lot more vote here. But this one we're going to keep looking at because I think it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of, 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here. Again, this is relatively small, but this is, okay, Trump got 81.3 in 2020. He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote from Union County. Remember, one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15 or so percent from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just
all right. So
here you go.
Georgia making good on its promise that it would produce a lot of vote very early. Let me just tell you one thing about Georgia. We're looking at Georgia vote right now because Georgia polls closed at 7. But as Joy was mentioning earlier, there are a number of precincts in Georgia where polls are still open because of a variety of reasons. There were a dozen precincts spread across DeKalb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett County where precincts were able to extend their hours. They had to extend their hours because there were false bomb threats that were made in those polling locations. So again, a dozen precincts in DeKalb County. There's 6 of them in DeKalb, 5 in Fulton, 1 in Gwinnett County. There's an additional 2 precincts in Cobb County, 1 in Glynn County. Those have also been allowed to remain open late due to some other issues. So even though we are talking about the Georgia vote coming in and Georgia polls being closed, there's more than a dozen locations statewide where voting is still happening. So if you are within the sound of our voice and you are still in line to vote in Georgia, and your voting place is still open, stay in line. You will be allowed allowed to vote. Don't let anybody tell you to get out of line. The other thing I need to tell you is that coming up in less than 9 minutes is our next big closing of a big important swing state, and that is North Carolina. We're going to take a break right now because when we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to have North Carolina's Democratic governor joining us here live. Don't miss it. Stay with us.
That's MSNBC's lead anchor, Rachel Maddow. And we have Ricardo Brooks and Siobhan Campbell with us, yes. And as the night wears on, we will be joined by a number of people out of the United States as well, as a clearer picture emerges later. But what our listeners should be focused on, the results from the 7 so-called battleground states, the swing states, yes, the Blue Wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Yeah? If Harris is to win tonight, she must win those 3. She has some other paths, but that would be her clearest path to the White House.
Yeah, it would be. Of course, the other battlegrounds, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Those 7 are expected to determine the winner of tonight's presidential election. So far, the votes are tracking as expected, so we'll wait to see what happens. Siobhan seems to think that Georgia holds the key.
I think because it will be one of the states that you get the votes in terms of the count as earliest as possible in comparison to the others, it will show whether there is a change from 2020. And it's already suggesting that there seems to be a greater turnout in terms of early voting than those who will be voting on the actual day of the election. And I think Georgia will be the, the weather vane that shows if there's going to be a change to the Democrats, or I should say a change to the Republicans versus the Democrats, because it's currently, one would say it is currently being held by the Democrats, but it is still very much a swing state at this point. A formerly very red state is now essentially a swing state.
And remember, Biden won by less than 12,000 votes.
Exactly.
Right. So less than 1 percentage point.
Exactly. So I think it will be the early indicator as to where the race is going later in the evening into tomorrow, I should say.
But what is striking for me, the turnout. 71%.
Yes.
That's high. Yeah? And Kamala says, if we vote, we win.
That's what she says.
I'm not so sure about that.
Donald Trump.
No, but both camps have been heavily trying to get voters out, building out those enumeration numbers. We'll see if it turns out.
Yeah. Donald Trump currently holds 19 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 3. Only the
Those
state,
are in the predictable states, yes.
Only the state of Vermont so far declared for Kamala Harris, while Trump has been declared the winner in 2, Indiana and Kentucky. Election night in America. It's like the Super Bowl. It's like the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Let's take a break and come back with more.
Yo, run the track! Burger King 5K and Relay is back Sunday, November 10th, 6 a.m. New venue, Emancipation Park. Register with your school, alma mater, or companies to win a share of over $1 million. Past students, run, walk, or crawl, but finish the race for the BK Big Finish Prize. Register now at www.runningeventsja.com. Yo, run the track! Burger King 5K and Relay, sponsored by Rainforest Soccer Express. Burger King, developing schools and communities through sports.
Are you ready to turn your sales and marketing skills into high earnings? Nationwide 90 FM is searching for business development executives to build lasting client relationships. If you have experience across all stages of the sales cycle and possess strong communication, negotiation, and time management skills with a proven sales track record, this opportunity is perfect for you. Join our team and work with the top corporate brands, media agencies, and of course, our on-air personalities. Enjoy networking opportunities, professional growth, and competitive commissions. Ready to take the next step? Send your resume to hr@nationwidenewsnetwork.com today.
Shop and win a mega kitchen from Megamart. Spend $6,000 or more before GCT at any Megamart location and fill out the entry form provided for a chance to win a brand new stove, fridge, and microwave this Christmas from Appliance Traders Limited. Visit us on social media to win monthly prizes courtesy of Lasco, Grace Foods, and Facey Commodity Company Limited. Promotion runs from September 30 to December 6. Shop now to win a mega kitchen from Megamart. The best value by far. Conditions apply. Must be 18 years or older to enter. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
This is an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited will resume operations tomorrow, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 8 a.m. We ask that you all continue to observe all local regulations, keep watching their social media pages, and keep listening to our local media stations for any other updates. Your safety remains their utmost priority. That was an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, Nationwide This Morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide 90 FM, the revolution in media.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nationwide at 5. It's almost 7:30. We're standing by for the polls to close in North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. We are tracking, of course, the big news, the results of the U.S. presidential election. Donald Trump against the incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris. So far, Donald Trump has netted 19 electoral votes. Remember the magic number, 270 to win. Kamala Harris sitting on 3. Vermont declared in her favor. Trump has taken Indiana and Kentucky. So far, no surprises. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Siobhan Campbell.
And let's go to our feed. North Carolina, NBC is projecting it's too early to call.
NBC News can also project in the West Virginia presidential contest. In West Virginia, Donald Trump is the winner. West Virginia's presidential race, NBC News projecting that right now for Donald Trump. And in Ohio, NBC News is projecting that in the presidential race, it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Looking at the road to 270, we are still just barely on our way. 23 electoral votes thus far for Donald Trump, with the West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky races called for him, and Vermont thus far called for Kamala Harris, 23-3 on the electoral votes. Let's look at Senate and governor's races. Let's go back to Georgia, to the Georgia battleground, the presidential race. Still too early to call. You see, we've got about 8% in, but Steve Kornacki's been watching the vote come in Georgia. We are expecting to see quite a bit of vote come in Georgia within this first hour after poll closings. Now, forgive me, let's go to some Senate and governor's races. This is the Senate race, very closely watched Senate race in the great state of Ohio, where incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is facing Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. NBC News projects that this is too early to call at this hour. And in West Virginia, we have a projection in the Senate race there. Now, this is the Senate seat that was held by former Democrat, now independent Joe Manchin. This is not a surprise. The Republicans have picked up the Senate seat in West Virginia. NBC News projecting that Republican Senate candidate Jim Justice will take that Senate seat in West Virginia, which, of course, is a Republican pickup. That's the one sort of lockdown, absolute guaranteed Republican pickup in the Senate this year. This is the Senate balance at this hour: 29 Democrats and 40 Republicans. With that seat in West Virginia, Republicans have one Senate pickup. Looking now at the North Carolina governor's race, this has been a very, very high-profile governor's race in North Carolina, in large part because of the controversial nature of the Republican nominee, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. NBC News projecting at this hour in the North Carolina governor's race, it is too early to call between Democrat Josh Stein and Republican Mark Robinson. And in West Virginia, we've got a governor's race as well. Democrat Steve Williams against Republican Patrick Morrisey. This is an open seat as Jim Justice leaves to run for Senate. In the West Virginia governor's race, NBC News projecting this is as yet too early to call. Over to Steve. Steve, what are you watching coming in?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Georgia here. And again, you see a lot of the counties lit up right now. In a lot of these, as we were saying, it looks like they're going to do this early vote incrementally rather than in one big batch. So while you see a lot of counties colored in right here, this is the running total statewide. And again, the Democrats, you see Harris far back there, but the Democrats depend so much on this Atlanta metro area, and there's not a ton in from there, especially from Fulton County, the biggest. We already showed you Gwinnett. Democrats are counting on a lot out of there. There's only about 1,000 votes there. So where are we seeing substantial vote in Georgia right now? One place that we just got a lot from is Houston County. And this is a place that apparently released all of the early vote all at once. This is 80% of all the vote we're expecting out of Houston County. Now, this is sort of the mid-state region. And this is the kind of a county where Trump lost some significant ground in 2020. He still won it, but his margin was reduced in 2020. The city of Warner Robins this year. There's an Air Force base here. It's about a third black. It's a pretty diverse county. In the early vote, you see Trump leading 56-43. This is the kind of place. Trump slipped in 2020. He does not want to slip any further. In fact, to have a good night in Georgia, he wants to go back a ways. Let me show you. This is what happened in 2020 in this county. This is what happened in 2016. Trump won it by almost 22 points when he won the Georgia and won the presidency, fell all the way to 12 in 2020, and he wants to get this number back up. So as we say, we expect the vote you're seeing right now, the early vote, to be the best it is for Democrats because it includes that vote by mail, and we expect the remaining vote to be more Republican friendly. We don't know if that's going to happen. We got to see these completed counties, but if that is the pattern and if that holds, then that is a positive development for Trump in that county, and that's something he needs to replicate in a lot of other counties. We also got a big batch here. This is Oconee County. This is right outside of Athens where the University of Georgia is. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia. It's heavily white, high concentration of college degrees, yet actually still a very Republican county. And again, you're looking at all of the early vote here. And again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only two counties, but that's what we're looking for as the Trump counties start to come in. Let me just take a look. I think we might have, and again, resetting statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to have to do with that Atlanta metro area. Starting to get vote in here in North Carolina. Again, keep in mind, you see a lot of counties, the colors here. You only see about 27,000 votes statewide in. Also going to come in very incrementally here. You know, look where Raleigh is, Wake County. This is one of the biggest Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. You got Durham County right next door to it. Something big just came in. We'll take a look here in a minute. Orange County. But I just give you a sense of North Carolina. A couple things. We expect what's going to be reported out here in the earliest part of the night tonight is the vote by mail. Again, this is going to be very familiar in a lot of places. The vote by mail and the early in-person vote. And that's the majority of all the vote in North Carolina is going to be those two methods. Again, we expect that to be a little bit more Democratic friendly on the whole than the same-day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays out. But as we get big batches in these counties, we're looking at that pattern here where perhaps the Democrats do their best and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back. Just give you a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind. There are some big core Democratic vote producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You get state capitol there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, a large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg County. That's where Charlotte is. Democrats got a margin of 200,000 votes just out of Mecklenburg County in 2020. They want to grow that number there. They just want to run up margins in places like this. A lot of attention on the flooding in the mountains of western North Carolina. Asheville in Buncombe County is the sort of one of two blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't much indication in the early vote. There was a lot of talk about, whether Helene was going to drive down turnout. We didn't really see that in the early vote. We want to see if that matches up with the same day vote, but that's another place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also going to depend on it here, Cumberland County, where Fayetteville is. So core Democratic areas. And we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
All right, so we just had North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio poll closings. We had Georgia poll closings at 7, and we're watching that vote come in. We've been sort of promised by Georgia officials that vote will come in, that a lot of it will come in relatively early. So that's why we keep checking back on those Georgia numbers. While we have been talking, we have a new projection, again, in the great state of Vermont. The incumbent Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, has been reelected. NBC News can project that Phil Scott will hold on to his gubernatorial seat in Vermont. He is a moderate and anti-Trump Republican in Vermont, a very blue state with a moderate Republican governor. Joining us now from a polling location at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona, is NBC's Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, it's good to have you with us. What have you been seeing? Who have you been talking to?
Hey there, Rachel. Yeah, we were just talking to some voters here. Just wanted to see how long have you guys been voting, standing in line?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So this is the back of the line. Let's show you what the front of the line looks like. Now remember, Maricopa County, it's the most populous county here in Arizona. It's also the swingiest county in Arizona. The margins the last time around, 2020, were very, very tight. 10,000 people. ASU, the campus that we're on right now, ASU students, the population is about 74,000. So a lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now. So we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through. That's what the app is saying right now. But we've been eavesdropping a lot. You got people out here working on their fitness, eavesdropping a lot on these conversations, talking to a lot of these voters. But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap. You've seen a lot of the younger women. This is a very weird thing. You got robots walking around on campus, kind of a surreal sign of the times. But for what's driving a lot of these young people out to the polls, other than the pizza, is a lot of the props. And when it comes to a lot of the young women that we've been talking to, reproductive rights is huge. It's a big, big driver. It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing when it comes to a lot of the younger men here. We are hearing feelings of attacks on masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So it's just some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students wrapping around. I promise we're almost to the end of the line here. But another thing that is very, very apparent is the organizing. There's been some organizing, it seems like, with some of the fraternities, and these red hats, the MAGA hats, they stand out and they're being given out left and right here. And then you've got this battle of these stickers. You've got Harris Wall's campaign people going around giving stickers, and it seems like back in the day you'd go to a poll site and you wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls. We were at another polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats are so prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona, again, it could be a very, very tight race here. And if it is a tight race, it's possibly going to be days before we have a final decision. Rachel?
That's all right. We got days. We got weeks. We got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Gotti, just like you. NBC's Gotti Schwartz. Thank you so much. Gotti, with students there at ASU, at Arizona State University in Tempe. Let me give you a little bit of an update. We were talking about some threats that were received at polling places in Georgia. We've got a little more detail on that out of DeKalb County, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta. It's a very Democratic, very deep blue county. Officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour, including 5 voting precincts. Police evacuated the polling sites. Polling sites include churches and community centers in Chamblee and Tucker and Decatur and Lithonia, Georgia. Some of these locations appear to include black churches. So again, we have heard about false threats being phoned in to Georgia voting locations. If you are in a place that has had whether it's Georgia or anywhere else, if you are in a place that has had its voting hours extended or indeed voting poll closings have not yet arrived in your state, if you are in line, you will be allowed to vote. These places that were just newly threatened in DeKalb County are being held open until 8/22, so they're being held open to account for the disruption here caused by these threats. Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create the illusion of chaos as much as they're trying to create chaos itself. But your vote is your voice. It's your right as an American. Don't let anybody push you around. All right. It's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour for poll closing. That means an avalanche of returns is on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there.
16 minutes going up to 8 o'clock. Siobhan, no clear pattern yet. Predictable results so far from the Republican states. Donald Trump winning those as expected. He's up to what? 23 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 3 from her winning Vermont. Yes, Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, and there's a third one. West Virginia.
Yes.
He has also won West Virginia. North Carolina, too early to call. North Carolina is one of the battleground states, one of the 7 battleground states. That is too early to call, although Kamala is leading there. In Florida, Trump is up with 54% of the votes to Kamala's 45%. In Ohio, Trump leads with 56.7% to Harris's 42.5%. Ohio is expected to stay with Trump and the Republicans.
Well, as you said, it's early days, early evening yet, and we're expecting to see a lot more results come in before the night is done. And as many of the commentators have said already, the analysts have said already, what they're looking for now for the Trump camp is to outperform where they were in 2020, whereas for the Biden-Harris camp now, they want to essentially hold what they had in 2020, and in some of the more other states they want to do some pickups there. It's really going to be tough to call at this point in time. The polls going in suggest a very close race, and I don't think we will know a winner before the end of the evening. I don't think that might be possible.
Or certainly it's 7:45, possibly another hour and a half. We'll get a clear trend out of, for example, Georgia, where the votes are coming in. Yes, we don't know yet. Very close going in Georgia. The heavily Democratic counties haven't come in yet. We have been getting largely from the Republican areas. So let us give it about another hour and a half.
Yes,
then we will see.
And just as they are watching Georgia, the indicators suggest that this is where everyone is laser focused as to an early indicator of where the national poll is going to go. Georgia, now a purple state where the Harris is hoping to hold on to it. It was a narrow victory in 2020. They're hoping to do better than that narrow victory in 2020. And this is where Trump and his camp will get an early indication as to see if their ground game is actually working, because as the early voting has suggested, it's in the favor of Harris. And will the ground game on the day of the election that the trumpets are touting, has it worked?
Yeah. And don't forget, Georgia famously will be remembered because Trump was caught on tape, yes, asking the Secretary of State, Raffensperger, to find him 11,000 plus votes. That's all he wanted, yes, which sound like an illegal act.
Precisely. So we'll see if he found those 11,000 votes this
time around. Yeah, so Georgia is going to, it has 16 electoral college votes.
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
Another one that Trump has to pick up.
He has to win Pennsylvania.
There's a possibility of him winning without it, but that's narrow to almost impossible.
Yes. I think whoever wins Pennsylvania will get to the White House.
But the Harris camp can still have some breathing room if Pennsylvania is lost.
Right. So if they lose Penn and win Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Michigan, of course, and Wisconsin, she can still get to the White House.
I mean, I think the early indication suggests her victory based on the demographics of those polled so far. And I think it's 55% female voters to 45% male, around that area. And the prevailing opinion is that the women will come out for Harris. So if those demographics hold, it would suggest that she is ahead in terms of the polling.
Well, one can never know until you count the votes, because a person turning up at the polling station and we put them in these demographic groups and project that they will vote accordingly doesn't necessarily pan out. Yeah.
But it should be interesting to know that in Georgia, the top issue is the economy, whereas on the more national stage, it is this notion of democracy being the top issue. But
that
Georgia is the more, I want to say, grounded belief, where it's the economy is stupid.
The economy, they felt, yeah. Virginia, Harris has now taken a lead with 18% of the votes in. In Virginia, she's leading with just about 56% of the votes compared to Trump's 42%, right? She's up 56.4 to Trump 41.8 with 18% of the votes in. Of course, in West Virginia, former Senator Joe Manchin, now retired, that seat has been taken by the Republicans as expected.
Pickup, though. It was an expected pickup.
Predictable, right? So, we are watching, the vote counts here in Pennsylvania. A CNN exit poll coming in. Most important issue, democracy, 33%, the economy, 30%. Yeah? Abortion next with 15%.
Those polls are not good for Trump.
Why?
Because those are the issues that one would hope would go in favor in Trump's in terms of abortion. If 64% of exit polls are suggesting that they want abortions to be legal, that does not go in favor of Trump. If democracy, by a slight margin, is the talking point that the exit poll is going around. Not good for Trump, with the economy coming in second. But I believe in terms of the economy versus the democracy argument, with just a 3-point difference, there is still room there for Trump to perform this evening.
Yeah.
But the abortion issue, one key Republican issue, is so far down in favor of the Democrats. It is very telling.
Yeah, that could be significant, coming from that CNN exit poll where 33% say they have democracy as their number one issue over the economy.
And the reason, listeners, why that should be important is because that has been made both by Biden and Harris as his replacement a key talking point in terms of we must save America's democracy. That has been their talking point heading into these elections, and that Trump is a threat to that democracy, whereas the economy and the state of the economy has been the Republican talking point.
Yeah. In Ohio, Harris, with only 9% in, Harris has taken a lead in Ohio with 52% of the vote to Trump's 46%. In South Carolina, red country, Trump leads with 60% of the votes to Harris's 39%, 9% of the votes in South Carolina. In Florida, 73% of the votes in, Trump ahead with 54% to Harris's 44%. So Florida will not go blue.
But we'll have to see if there's any slippage in Florida in terms of the Republican vote, which could be an indicator for other slippages somewhere else in the country. But it's unlikely. He's made that his home. Florida is Trump's
he must
home.
carry Florida. New Hampshire, 9% or 6% in. Harris leads with 57% of the votes. In North Carolina, 3% now in. Harris leading 66.6% to Trump's 32.2%. I will have to watch North Carolina.
Yes.
Because if Harris were to win North Carolina, that would be a real setback for Trump, who won it in 2020.
A setback is, I think, a bit of an understatement. A setback would seriously compromise his ability to win the election, full stop.
If he were to lose North Carolina.
Yes.
Well. All right, we're going to continue giving you more results. Virginia, yes, 20% in. Harris is up by more than 13 points with 55% of the votes. As I said, Florida, 74% of the votes in Florida. Trump up with 55% of the votes to Harris's 43%.
And these are the early votings and the mail-in ballots that are coming in.
Look at Georgia. Now. What's that? 10% in. Trump leads
62%.
Right, to Harris's 37%. I think this one is going to go right down until tomorrow or into Wednesday. New Hampshire, Harris with 8% in, 57% of the vote to Trump's 42%. She's expected to carry New Hampshire easily. North Carolina, same 3%. Harris leads with 66% to Trump 32%. Well, let's go back to MSNBC, where they're talking with some voters. They're in, where's that, Siobhan? Philadelphia. Black voters. Let's listen.
So what's the sense you get about the level of enthusiasm that you're seeing? The idea that you guys would do a concert tonight in this moment, with minutes to go before the polls close here in Pennsylvania, the most consequential state, everybody says, with 19 electoral votes on the line. What's going through your mind?
For me, it shows how important hip hop is and how far we have come and what we mean to politics. So I'm glad to be a part of it in such a strengthening way.
Did you ever think you'd be doing an interview with people dressed like ballot boxes standing behind you?
Not at all, I was just trying to top. I thought it was Halloween for a second. I was just trying to top the fact that Paul Rudd was out here giving out water. But
Paul Rudd was giving out water, but I have to say, this is, like I said, I've never had a night like this before. Gentlemen, it's nice to see you.
I appreciate
Thank you very
man.
much. Thanks for the work.
Keep doing your best. What you do. You do great at it. You do really great at it.
Thank you very much. All right, boss. Thank you very much. Rachel, back to you guys. Thanks. All right.
Oh my God, the guys from De La Soul just complimented you. First of all, you got that interview, and then they're like, yeah, Jacob, you're great. Just just retire right now. That's it.
They
You
saw
just
the Paul
peaked.
Rudd winner thing. They were watching MSNBC earlier today. What can I say? Some great viewers.
Wow. Half of my soul is made up of De La Soul, so that is absolutely fantastic. Jacob, thank you. Got to top that next time we come back to you. Good luck, sir. Good luck.
I'll see you from the ballot processing center. Not going to be as exciting.
Jacob had Paul Rudd walk up to him when I had him on, so Jacob is a bit of a magnet.
Paul Rudd, De La Soul, okay, what's next?
Come on, like literally, like my college experience was just on TV. That is my they and Tribe Called Quest.
Yes,
that is me in college.
Yes, seriously,
that's my two favorite.
We are heading
hip-hop
toward
groups.
8 o'clock poll closing. Stephanie Rule has joined us. You have a little bit of reporting out of
I'm
Pennsylvania.
I'm going to tell you what's next. It's not Paul Rudd. And it's not De La Soul, but it is Lehigh University, my alma mater in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I saw it on a group text of my friends going, I'm hearing that Lehigh might have the longest lines in the country. I called the university president. He said, I'm in line. I have been in line for 4.5 hours. And he said, I'm surrounded by students and we're loving it. And he said, there are tons of students here and student volunteers. I spoke to another student. She waited in line 5 hours. And he said, it is peaceful. It is relaxed. And he said, as long as we got here by 8 p.m., and they're all there before 8 p.m., their votes are going to get counted. They think they're going to be in line quite a bit longer, but nobody seems to mind. Like, this is democracy in action. I'm impressed. Would all of you, if you were 19 or 20 years old and the line was 5+ hours, would you definitely wait?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all nerds.
We're nerds.
Can I tell you, the Harris campaign just told us that Paul Rudd is actually at Lehigh right now, has gone to Lehigh University, where those gigantic lines are.
They've sent him from Temple to Lehigh.
They've sent him from Temple to Lehigh to help persuade people to stay in line.
Not many celebrities go to Bethlehem. I talked to Mark Cuban a few minutes ago. He was FaceTiming with students in line at Chapel Hill, and he said, I thought I was going to need to keep them going, but they're happy. They're waiting. They're getting the job done.
That's what they did in 2008, by the way. The Obama campaign would send celebrities, like different, hip hop artists, and et cetera, would show up at the polls, and people would. And this is before the time when we really were like texting, but everyone would know that X celebrity is at the poll, and people would stay. So that was a tactic, absolutely, during the Obama campaign, and it works.
It is both an inspiration and also enraging to know that there are 5-hour lines to vote in the United States of America. It's awesome, and if you're in line, don't get out. If you're in line, you can vote, even when your polls close in Pennsylvania, which happens in 2 minutes. If you are in line, do not get out. Stay there until you are allowed to vote. We should be able to run a voting system that does not have lines this long.
In the year of our Lord 2024.
Yeah,
but they're not staying home, and that's the positive.
Yeah, exactly. As we head towards the top of the hour, we do have a few results already. We've got 4 states called already per NBC News projections: Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all projected as Donald Trump wins. Vermont projected thus far as a Kamala Harris win. And that's it so far. But we're about to get more poll closings at the top of this hour, Nicole, than we've had. Than we'll have at any other time of the night. While we're watching the vote inch in Georgia, we're really getting to that moment.
We're getting to the beginning of the data telling a story. For now, it's really Stephanie's reporting and Jacob's reporting that's told the story. And whatever data comes in, none of it includes the people still standing online. So it's it requires so much restraint, right, to sort of take in the data. We have we have sort of the standard bearer in the industry. But this hour will be the beginning of data starting to tell us anything about the electorate, but the fact that it may be hours before votes are cast in these battleground states means it could be a long time before we know the results of anything.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that we're all prepared for. At this point, is that it's going to be a long night. I will say, while we are watching these things come in at the presidential level, there are House races that are both of interest in terms of the personalities that are involved. Some interesting gubernatorial races this year, the Indiana governor's race I was mentioning, the North Carolina governor's race, and some key Senate races. We'll be tracking those at the top of the hour when we can, giving you updates on key races as we've got them. We won't always have them. We won't always have data for you right at the top of the hour, but we'll tell you everything that we know as soon as we know it. All right, we're less than 10 seconds away from 8 p.m. Eastern poll closings. Again, in more than a dozen states. We're going to start in the most closely watched of all of them. At 8 p.m. Eastern, NBC News can project in the battleground state of Pennsylvania in the presidential race, it is too early to call. In the state of Florida, NBC News can project that there is a winner. NBC News projects at poll closing in the state of Florida that Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. In the state of Massachusetts, NBC News projects a winner, projects that Kamala Harris has won the state of Massachusetts. In the state of Tennessee, NBC projects a winner, projecting Donald Trump to be the winner in Tennessee. In Maryland, NBC News projects that there is a winner in the presidential race, and it is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Missouri, NBC projects a winner, Donald Trump, projected to win the presidential race in the state of Missouri. In the state of Alabama, NBC News projects the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the state of Oklahoma, NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the District of Columbia, which for some reason isn't a state, NBC News projects we have a winner. The winner is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Illinois, NBC News projects that it is too early to call. To the northeast, in the state of New Jersey, it is too early to call in the presidential race. In the state of Connecticut, NBC News projects it is too early to call. In the state of Rhode Island, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Down back to the deep south, in the state of Mississippi, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Back up again to the far northeast, NBC News projects that in the state of Maine, it is too early to call. In the always interesting state of New Hampshire, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. And finally, in the home state of President Joe Biden in Delaware, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. So now we head to the overall national map as these candidates try to beat one another to the all-important threshold of 270 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democrat, right now at 27 electoral votes, and Donald Trump at 90 electoral votes. Looking back at some of the battleground states where we're watching the vote continue to come in Georgia, we've had polls closed since 7 o'clock with some straggling precincts that have been held open for various reasons. Still too early to call in the state of Georgia with 1/3 of the vote in. Also, North Carolina, another crucial swing state, polls closed there at 7:30 Eastern time. We've only got about 5% of the vote in North Carolina, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. Looking at a few key Senate races. Pennsylvania Senate race, at this point between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. NBC News projects the Pennsylvania Senate race is too early to call. In Florida, Senate race here, NBC News projects there is a winner. Incumbent Republican Senator Rick Scott projected to have won another term for his Senate seat in Florida. And in Maryland, very interesting Senate race in Maryland. This is an open Senate race in Maryland. Democrat Angela Alsobrooks against Republican former Governor Larry Hogan. Again, this is too early to call. The Senate race in Maryland, too early to call right now as of NBC News' latest projection. The Senate at this hour, Republicans hold 42 seats. There is one flip thus far, and not a surprising flip, but it is a flip in Republicans' favor in the seat that is held in West Virginia, previously held by Joe Manchin, now held by Republican Jim Justice. Democrats hold 31 seats in the Senate at this hour. Steve, I know that we've got in Georgia just over 1/3 of the vote in. What are we seeing?
We're starting to see a bit of a picture maybe emerging. There's a couple layers to this. Again, 1/3 of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this. One thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia, I was describing it earlier, there's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about, for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly. Still to come here. So is this as good as the picture is going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest. Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same-day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door.
Steve?
Yep.
Can I interrupt you just for a moment? We have a change in the characterization of the race in Georgia. It had previously been characterized, the presidential race in Georgia had previously been characterized as too early to call. We're now changing characterization to too close to call. So again, doesn't mean that we're anywhere closer to a result, but I wanted to get that in while you continue your exposition of why we feel that way.
Yes, absolutely. So again, want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the ex-urban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020. And with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch, all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is, about 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So, again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So, really, the two big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But, again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest in South Carolina. Back to you, Steve.
Yep. And I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here at Michigan. And we've got, look at this, two biggies. So we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double-digit or higher ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you just one more time. Presumably the first of many more times. In North Carolina, in the governor's race, NBC News can now project that Josh Stein will be the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He was up against the very controversial Republican candidate, Mark Robinson. Republicans tried to get Mark Robinson off the ballot, thinking that he would not only certainly lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drag down the prospects for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina as well. But NBC News can now project that in this race, the governor's race, Josh Stein will be the winner. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. Cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel state. Now about 10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. I'm checking these to see. One thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. It is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I have struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just seeing if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia. Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says 32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were emailed. Fulton County Chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, this is concerning and disgusting. The intrigue here is that both the FBI and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today attributed at least some of these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence our election that way by terrorizing us. This is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about getting out to vote. It will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
This is an important announcement for the staff, contractors and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Raphael, Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited will resume operations tomorrow, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 8 a.m. We ask that you all continue to observe all local regulations, keep watching their social media pages, and keep listening to our local media stations for any other updates. Your safety remains their utmost priority. That was an important announcement for the staff, contractors, and customers of Massey Distribution Jamaica Limited.
Not a mercy. This one is very classic, dedicated to all the schoolers who are taking them.
If you've ever struggled to pass an exam, then you'll know that students today are under great pressure to get good grades and secure qualification needed to move on to higher education. The problem is that too many students are struggling alone and could really benefit from connecting with hardworking teachers and other bright students in other parts of the country and the region. Join me, Dennis Brooks, this and every Friday evening from 8 to 9, with a repeat on Saturday morning from 8 to 9. For the A-Team, a study group on radio, my team of teachers, students, and experts will break down the syllabus, giving you information, tips, and past paper questions that will help you get top grades in your upcoming exams. Follow us on Facebook Live and on Twitter and be a part of the community. It's the A-Team. Fridays at 8 p.m. with a repeat at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. It's your free extra class on radio and social media. And it's right here on Nationwide 90 FM, the revolution in media.
How certain are you that you're taking proper care of your pets? How often do you take them to the vet? Just as we need annual checkups with our doctors, most pets need regular checkups too. Owning and caring for a family pet doesn't have to be a difficult or burdensome experience. Nationwide 90 FM has an exciting feature called Pets World that will help you take better care of your pets. Join Nationwide 90 FM every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning as we take you into the do's and don'ts of caring for your pets. That's Pets World every Wednesday at 6:50 a.m. during the program This Morning on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Looking to rent a fully operational production studio? Then Nationwide 90 FM has got you covered. We have flexible options to meet your recording needs any day of the week. Monday to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays available upon request. Bookings must be made in advance. Call us today at 630-1210. Let us help you reach your production desires.
Public opinion.
Stop this foolish about this JLP and PMP business. We are Jamaican.
Different people.
It's not a matter of a JLP or a PMP. I think it's more like where it is that you think you're comfortable, what support you can afford to make the country better.
Different views.
Most entertainers, they're not amenable to management, so the only thing that can ultimately structure them is the court and the prison.
Public opinion. The voice of the people at 6:25 p.m. weekdays during Nationwide at 5. Tune into Nationwide at 6:25 p.m. for Public Opinion, where the people's views matter.
Public Opinion is brought to you by Cleasing Industrial Supplies Limited, Industrial Automation and Control Solutions.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, by God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path. Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis, weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
As a parent, you give your children a good start in life. You nurture, protect, and guide them. Parenting is a process that prepares your child for independence. As your child grows and develops, there are many things you can do to help your child. Stay tuned to The Big Show, Nationwide This Morning, for parenting tips. Fridays at 6:53 a.m. Only here will you learn everything you need to know about parenting. Tips to help parents navigate the incredibly challenging and rewarding journey of child rearing. Parenting tips on Nationwide 90 FM, the revolution in media.
28 minutes after 8, it's election night in America, and the results are coming in now fast and swift. The incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris facing off against the former President Donald Trump. Let's take you back to the feed of MSNBC.
That is short of the 60% margin that is needed to pass this amendment. And now looking at the very, very important and very closely watched abortion rights measure on the ballot in Florida. Again, you need 60% to pass. At this point, there's no projection as to what the result is going to be for this Florida abortion rights measure. But the yes vote right now, with 82% of the vote in, at 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida. But 57 is shy of the 60% needed to get that measure passed. Been a lot of controversy in Florida, particularly over that one, as Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor there, has used the state government, has used state agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the abortion rights amendment on the ballot, sending threatening letters to Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads in support of that abortion rights measure. So we'll see how that comes out. We don't yet know.
Ron DeSantis has put everything on trying to ensure that Florida will buck the trend of every other state, including red states, that have passed the right to bodily autonomy. He's put everything on it, including, as you said, threats, whatever it takes to try to make sure that that amendment fails, using the power of government in a way that is, I would say, openly fascist and determined and very determined. Because, of course, this is something that he wants to be his signature thing. It's the thing he passed thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump and move to his right and make him a national star and potentially the heir to Donald Trump in the party. But I want to really quickly talk about the other amendment, the marijuana amendment, which I think a lot of people assumed would pass. A good friend down there that is in politics in the state of Florida, the advertising against the marijuana amendment was really based on the fact that it would empower two very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are two of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person. It would be empowering two big companies. So there was a really strong pushback against it.
And DeSantis also very strongly pushing, just as he was pushing against the abortion amendment,
that one too.
Also pushing on that one. Let me just interject because we have had a poll closing while we have been talking here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest in Arkansas will be Donald Trump. Stephanie Roll.
Floridians for Freedom is the group that worked to get this abortion measure on the ballot. In the last week alone, they have had to upgrade. They've had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 48 hours, they did a last-minute fundraise because people came in and said, we want more yard signs. And when I heard from one of their backers, I said, why do they need more yard signs with 24 hours to go? And he said, it's not about the signs. It's about that they are getting this kind of demand in the last week. And what's interesting, they got a whole slew of new volunteers right after Donald Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden. Puerto Rican women in the Orlando area said, we're about to mobilize. We're going to call our network. That's all in the last week and a half. So they might only be at 57%, but 60% isn't that far away, and they have got some wind in their sail.
We should also just note, I mean, they tried the Republican opponents of abortion rights in Ohio try to maneuver this last summer where they tried to raise the threshold in a other vote to get it to 60% because they knew they would lose if it was 50%. They lost that, then they lost at the ballot box. If they lose 57, 58, 59, somewhere around there, it still means that in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry by quite a bit and a state that has been moving to the right, a strong majority, I mean, a 14-point majority, a 13-point majority, something like that for abortion rights in a state in which the Republican governor was campaigning against it. That 60% threshold is part of Florida law. It's not like a funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not it gets over the line. Of course, it matters greatly to the women and families in Florida whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris. Nicole, you were going to jump in there.
I mean, I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to fall in the way that we receive data, right? I mean, the story that we've all been covering, the thing we've been talking about, the thing that 7 anchors are getting at, is really at its core a gender gap on the issue of bodily autonomy. And I think that is not... Those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very slow and tedious. And I think it's going to mean that some of the people that used to be Republicans are now independents. We're going to be putting people in categories for a long time, and we're not going to know the results of some of the, because to your point, a state that Trump won handily has 57, perhaps maybe they'll get up to 60% of its voters, men and women, young and old, who support abortion rights.
Let me jump in here with one other call. In the state of Delaware, we just had a presidential call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. It's Republican Eric Hansen versus Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can project that the Senate seat in Delaware will go to Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can also make a projection in Delaware in the governor's race. Governor's race in Delaware goes to the Democratic candidate there, Matt Meyer. So Delaware with the presidential race, the Senate race, and the governor's race all going blue.
And can I just throw in that this also, the abortion question in Florida also has impacts across the entire Southeast, because Florida was the one place that people who were in the South could go to for reproductive care. Right. And now all eyes turn back to North Carolina, which will have a Democratic governor, will retain a Democratic governor. It'll be interesting to see if Republicans lose their supermajority, which they have by one seat because one Democrat switched sides and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority, watch for North Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion. And then that will leave one other place, because right now women in the South have to drive all the way to Maryland or Virginia. And so there's a real issue of women who potentially could lose their lives or become extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back to Lisa Blunt Rochester actually winning that Senate seat in Delaware. That's a former Senate staffer working her way up all the way. It's one of those great stories of this candidate coming in there, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion. She had to mount a serious campaign to do it. She had to win a primary, and she made it all the way. As we watch the Senate unfold tonight, so far, the Democrats have, in effect, lost only one seat, and they had big hopes for Florida, which it didn't come through. The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible pickup in Texas in the Senate is the big thing they're watching.
And, of course, watching the challenged Democratic incumbents in Montana and in Ohio.
Yeah, can they hang on?
Yeah,
and that is a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Steve, who I know is watching some of the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think, why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as Pennsylvania starts to take shape, what we're going to be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats, give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while, see what Biden got here, 58%, maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County. This is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania. You see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. And there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of this stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic, largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of crucial and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
Election night in America ongoing. The incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris up against the former President Donald Trump. As it stands now, the Associated Press says the Electoral College vote count, Kamala Harris on 71, Donald Trump at 101. Donald Trump also has the lead in the popular vote, 19.7 million votes. Kamala 16.5 million votes. At 9 o'clock, key states such as New York will close, and of course, the biggest state in the union, California, we're waiting for that as well. So we'll see how that affects that popular vote lead. So, election night continues. We're going to take the break and come back with more.
I'm Dennis Brooks.
I'm Marlon Campbell.
I'm Floyd Green.
And I'm Garth Williams. Catch us on the Jamaican Dads podcast right here on Nationwide 90 FM, Thursdays at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m.
The Jamaican Dads podcast is all about providing men with a healthy, safe, and functional forum to tackle many of the taboo topics that concern our masculinity.
Like everyone else out there, we're dads of varying amounts of experience who come from different backgrounds and often view the world differently.
We're definitely not perfect, but we're all brethren and we're all committed to this piece of rock called Jamaica.
Too often, there are no safe spaces for men to explore the issues which are important to us.
Plus, most of the content out there about parenthood is produced by women, for women. So we think it is important that we be the change we want to see.
Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Jamaican Dads with a Z.
And definitely join us here on Nationwide 90 FM every Thursday at 8 p.m. with a repeat on Sundays at 6 p.m. for the Jamaican Dads podcast. It's a revolution in media.
Catch the E-Zone with me, the Stinger Honeybee, alongside
Kareem Boy Ting.
As we turn up the heat in the street.
New show.
New vibes.
Same us.
Same us.
Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 p.m.
Right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
We'll bring you entertainment news.
We'll take away your Monday blues.
You don't want to miss a week with us.
We'll talk health.
Well,
jump into the mix.
Or the hot seat.
Don't miss the brain buster.
Or the crazy giveaways.
I mean, is this planet Earth?
Is it?
I don't know. Let me check. Either way, it's got a buzz.
And a bug, I think.
Ow.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of The Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Looking to rent a fully operational production studio? Then Nationwide 90 FM has got you covered. We have flexible options to meet your recording needs any day of the week. Monday to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays available upon request. Bookings must be made in advance. Call us today at 630-1210. Let us help you reach your production desires.
Election night in America. We're tracking the contest between the incumbent Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the former president. I'm Ricardo Brooks.
And I'm Siobhan Campbell.
And we have with us now Dr. Karen Dunkley, a member of the Jamaican diaspora, social commentator, who I believe lives in the great state of Pennsylvania. Yes, a state that everybody is watching tonight. Good evening, Dr. Dunkley. Dr. Dunkley? All right, so we lost her. We're going to try to make... okay, so we have Wayne Golding. Wayne Golding? No, not hearing Wayne either. How are you feeling, Siobhan?
Well, on the topic of Pennsylvania, where everybody's watching, it seems Kamala is up with, 13% of the vote in. She's at 68%, with Donald Trump at 30%. Most of that still being the mail-in and early voters. So it's up to see if Donald Trump can really bring the people out on the ground on the day to turn that situation around. And as you said, without Pennsylvania, there is very little hope for Donald Trump getting the White House. Without Pennsylvania, it's harder for Kamala Harris to end up in the White House, but it is still plausible. And that blue wall, as they call it, it really must be pierced for Donald Trump to have a hope this evening.
Wayne Golding. No, I'm hearing Wayne Golding. Radio. No, not hearing Wayne at all. All right, so the current vote out of Pennsylvania, 612,000 for Kamala Harris, 280,500 for Donald Trump. And of course, those blue wall states, as you mentioned, Siobhan, everybody watching them. An interesting situation, though, in the state of Virginia. 1,035,159 for Donald Trump, 1,018,742 for Kamala Harris. So the former president taking the lead there in Virginia, which is interesting because the Democrats are expected to carry the state of Virginia.
Yeah, it's one of those states where Harris is polling very well. So we expect her to essentially win that one outright. She's polling very well there. So if they're having issues there for the Democrats, there are issues on a greater level across the country. Just like Ohio, which was showing Harris up by I think something like 10 points ahead of Donald Trump in the early votes.
Yeah, right now Donald Trump is ahead in Ohio.
So that's what we expect.
4 percentage points. Yes.
Because he was polling there 9, 10, 12% on average going out throughout that state. So if he's having issues in Ohio and then they have issues where those are the states where these battleground states, as though are we calling them based on the polling, if the polling is accurate, those two states should be, Ohio should go to Trump and Virginia should go to Harris. If either candidates are having trouble in those states, we have trouble on a larger scale.
Let's go back to the feed from MSNBC.
So far, we are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's happened thus far. There's been no surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that said, the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know. And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't. So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan seems to be, from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it.
So we're cutting into the feed there because we have our guest back with us now, Karen Dunkley out of Pennsylvania. Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening to you and your listeners.
Good evening, Karen. So how are things looking in Pennsylvania? Everybody's watching that seat to see where it will go before the end of the evening into tomorrow. What are things looking like on the ground?
Just before Dr. Dunkley responds, we also have former U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica, Donald Tapia, and Wayne Golding with us. Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
It is nail biting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at the moment. I happen to live in Philadelphia, and I can actually see my polling station from where I reside. And earlier, we did not have any lines. See that the polls have closed, and I see at least 5 people still standing online. I just walked over to the Chew Playground to take a look. We see up and down the Commonwealth, we hear that there are lines at Lehigh University and some other campuses with young people exercising their right to vote. So it is nail biting, it is down to the wire. And at this point, we just have to allow our law in the Commonwealth is as long as you're on the line before the polls close, you can vote. So now we wait to see what will happen in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And Donald Tapia, I understand you're on the line. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening to all of you.
Former ambassador to Jamaica and a Trump appointee. How is things looking for your camp?
I think that Trump will pull it out. When we look at the eastern part of the country, the eastern part of the country is normally blue, so there's no surprises that are coming in yet. We'll look at Ohio. They say trending. You were talking to somebody that said it was blue. It's trending red because the lower part of Ohio is red, and that's what's starting to come in now. You're starting to see some of the changes in the numbers. I believe you haven't got into the Midwest and not into the West. I think you'll see some nice numbers that'll be coming in red in those states there. But there's not been a surprise yet.
The state of Pennsylvania, the anticipation is it's going to be a very close one, and this is a must-win state for Trump. How do things shape out on the ground there?
I don't know about Pennsylvania. I've been watching the same as you've been watching. There's certain parts of, in each state there's certain parts of counties that are red and certain counties are blue. Pennsylvania has normally been a blue state. So I would not, I know that they're talking about a must-win state. It's not a must-win, but it could, depending on how the outcome on some of the other states comes, could make Pennsylvania the turning point or the key point of the election.
Mm-hmm. And Wayne Golding.
Can I say one quick thing?
Go ahead.
Pennsylvania. In order for the Democrats, so we know that Trump carried Pennsylvania in 2016. In order for the Democrats to secure a win, Philadelphia County has to have a voter turnout of 60% or more. It is county in Philadelphia that carries for the Democrats. So if we track the voter turnout, which we're trying to assess, if it is 60% or higher, we can almost stake a claim that the Democrats will carry the Commonwealth. If it is under 60%, then it truly becomes anyone's game.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why the vice president
I would agree with you.
held a rally.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. That's basically what we're talking about is the percentages, and I agree with you on Philadelphia. Same as here in Arizona. If Maricopa County comes in for Trump at 45 to 48%, it's over with. The whole state, that's where your population is. So I agree with you about Pennsylvania. It comes in 60%. Anything underneath that, it'd be a toss-up, a coin toss.
Wayne Golding, how are you seeing things from where you are?
Well,
from where I am.
No, just a second, Ambassador. Yes, Wayne Golding.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Ambassador, and good evening, Dr. Dunkley. We are looking at things as situation normal right now. There are really no surprises as the votes are coming in and the declarations are being made. And again, I think we're going to come down to those key battle states, which of course, Pennsylvania is at the top of the list. Arizona is also right there at the top of the list. I think the X factor in this election will be those folks who switched camps. I don't think there has been good coverage on the numbers that may affect the election in these particular states, Pennsylvania and of course Arizona. So we are looking at the uncounted or untested waters of those people who have truly left the Republican Party to switch allegiance for this election. And I think that is going to be a key factor. Pennsylvania, I think the votes are building in Pennsylvania. If you look at the counties that have come in already, it's a math equation at the end of the day. And if the numbers increase in the Philadelphia area especially, I could see a Democratic victory very easily. But it remains to be seen because it's a bunch of figures and analysis, and it hurts the brain sometimes to get all the statistics. And so people are still very nervous and very concerned, especially they know how the Electoral College works. So they're very concerned when they're looking at those numbers, not looking at the dynamics of what they need from each state. California hasn't come in yet, and we know that's going to be for the Democrats almost unset. So I think people should not be as nervous as they are, but it's what the situation is.
Mm-hmm. And I want to ask you, Dr. Dunkley, how do you assess the way both campaigns have been run in this election?
I think it's interesting. I think certainly, and I can base it on the communication that have come to me from both camps. I happen to be a registered independent, and so I am the profile or the prototype of who both camps I've received hundreds of text messages and mail-ins. And in terms of organizing, we see VP Harris ran a very issue policy centric campaign. Policies on the economy, that we are having the best economy largely because of what Biden has achieved, and that her commitment is to continue to focus on the middle class and to ensure that the day-to-day cost of living is affordable for families, healthcare issues. So we saw with VP Harris, at least in the Commonwealth, and the interactions through text messaging, this day-to-day emphasis on healthcare, quality of life, taxes, childcare costs. We saw with the Trump campaign that the issues there were around the border crisis, immigration. I'm really saying and asking the questions, are you better off in America 4 years now than you were 4 years ago? And so I think that the two candidates, since Grover Cleveland, this is the first time we've seen a president who was a former president come back. Kamala Harris, it's historic. She's the 14th sitting vice president. And if she wins, obviously, she's the first woman, nuanced with, of course, her ethnic background. So I think the campaigns were interesting. Some have described Trump as a demagogue, really seen his campaign as extremely divisive. Curious. I've met several independents like myself who we do have a focus group here in the Commonwealth, and we're not sure what much of the whistles were about within the last few days. We're curious as, for example, the Madison Square Garden and just the allusion to, I would say, ethnic tropes that found to be very curious with the Trump campaign. Also with the voter suppression that is taking place in the state of Georgia, where we see so many election deniers who are sitting within the voting election state boards. That, of course, is concerning. And the last thing I would say, so we can certainly hear from our esteemed panel, Attorney Golden and former Ambassador Tapia, is to look at the different voting measures to suppress the black vote. In Georgia alone, look at SB 202. A strict voting ID, absentee voters now having to generate all of these credentials just to vote, a reduction in where they can drop the ballots. So that is on the table in terms of how the campaigns are being run. Again, Russian interference in terms of how the campaign is being run. And of course, I must highlight, when we look at the exit polls, we see Fox News said for their voters, immigration was on the table, the economy is on the table, and the Democrats speak to democracy and reproductive freedom. Abortion is on the table. And we see that for women, that women now, 58 million women so far, they have emerged as a decisive voting bloc 10 states had 11 ballot initiatives. Florida, 57%. It didn't pass because we know it takes 60. Attorney Golden, you're in Florida. But as a woman, decisively, women across all generations have organized on reproductive rights, reproductive freedom, this abortion rights. So in terms of how the campaigns are being run, it is interesting, but let's just remember VP Harris did get in the race only a few months ago, and Trump has been running since he lost Joe Biden.
Wayne Golding, on those matter of the top issues that American voters are looking at, the exit polls suggest that the leading one is democracy, followed by immigration, followed by the economy, with just 3 points behind. It's 33-30, and the other issues such as immigration and abortion lagging further down. How does that match up in terms of the messages of the two candidates?
Well, I must tell you that in my estimation, nothing moved the needle. I mean, if you believe in what the polls really are saying, that these candidates are almost evenly matched all the way through the last 90 days, and so many things have happened, but we're yet to see evidence that the needle was moved by any one issue, whether it's Mr. Trump's behavior versus Mrs. Harris's policies that she put out. It seemed like nothing significantly moved the needle. And I don't see it in the results tonight so far, because you haven't seen any big switches or changes from the tribal results that we had during the last election, the percentage point, the difference between the candidates. Because anyone with good sense, in my opinion, with an election like this, with candidates like this, there should be wide daylight in between them. So I don't think, not that the campaigns were not effective, but I don't see it moving the needle that much, because people are still bogged down with their party and the candidate of their choice and their personal choice. And, you know, it's a shame, because it should be night and day, you know, not saying which one should be night, which one should be day. But clearly we have two opposite persons here. And we're not seeing it in the polls, and we're not seeing it in the election results in terms of no surprises, no turnaround in any of the states, no unexpected losses or wins so far.
All right, Dr. Dunkley, we know you have to leave us, and we unfortunately lost Ambassador Tapia. He did indicate to us that he was at a Trump rally, and so it might have been difficult. And Dr. Dunkley, we know you have to leave us. Thank you so much, Wayne Golding. We'll continue to watch these returns as they come in. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, and good evening to you. Good evening, Attorney Golden. Walk good.
And we really understand that when the United States of America sneezes, the whole world catches a cold.
That's what they say. All right, so let's take you back now to the feed on MSNBC.
Which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah, right. It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve on some North Carolina.
All I was going to say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access. Yeah. If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we've been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that, if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women? If that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good night for the Harris campaign.
Steve, let's go to you. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina numbers.
Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You could see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population, and one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. You know, when Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations, where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this, is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican. And we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it. And you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that Election Day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here. This is Carrabba's County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that Election Day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Wow. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same, as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here. Walton County, again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here, and I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations. And the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're, seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina. Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small. But again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference, where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there. So we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention it's another race that would not necessarily make national news, except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment. which is that our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia, tonight. I have one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania, which is in the central part of the state, because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones, are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian-attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states, so it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is: the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front of the line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the electorate. It is confounding pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that, it is such a big part of the vote now that, you know, these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they are that way because primarily of a law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, and by the way, this line snakes past the chamber in there. It goes ridiculously long through this building. Eventually you pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020 that said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You have to essentially assign yourself to a Republican Party or a Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent about 6 months here, and I've equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisans, that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a bellwether within a bellwether, where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves. So difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to both campaigns. Everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see, although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say? Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania. And that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now, we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this, you could just see here. This is what it led to. The mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in, this would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, a 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner, who is in charge of running elections in that city. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so just to put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time. So voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
Okay, and just finally this evening, here in Philadelphia, I know that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process any ballots here. Steve Kornacki was talking about this until 7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. Right? The
so
voters
if it's close,
choose.
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid, following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we could talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the 2 southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion, we want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state, but also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, 2 people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that bends the mind, there's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things, and Nicole keeps reminding us of this, where you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to. And that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also, I mean, the Trump voters I know who are, in fact, staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts and could very conceivably want to vote for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people, abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe's at, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet. That would be too strong, but eagerly, if you will.
I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way that Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states. Waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs, because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey. Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those 3 states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all 3 of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all 3 of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's right.
The internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only 2 out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the 3 states we need. We don't have to have Georgia, don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those 3. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated. It is, of course, like our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race, and they also have incredibly tight-fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's 2 very different ways this has played out in the last 2 elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won. Almost all in 2020, almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah. Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern Time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew.
Well, at 3 minutes after 10 o'clock, we're not going to have a winner tonight. The key battleground states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, will not be called anytime soon. So that's where it's at. Trump is at 172 of the magical number, 270. He's at 172. Kamala Harris is at 81.
Yes, and it remains a tight race. There hasn't been too many surprises this evening so far.
No surprises yet.
All the battleground states remain too close to call in either direction, and it will come down to the wire, it seems.
It's down to the wire now. Well, we're going to say our good night, and I'm sure you're going to continue to monitor the results. Of course, we'll have more in the morning and in the program tomorrow. Don't forget, tomorrow is nomination day in 4 by-elections across Jamaica as well.
Yes.
All right. So, on behalf of Ricardo Brooks, and of course, our producer, Dana Davey, our technical operator, Andrew Anderson, and members of the news and production team led by our editor, Cara Powell. I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Siobhan Campbell.
Reminding you, take care of your loved one and look out for your neighbor. Good night.
Your family deserves the best. And at SuperMed Family of Pharmacies with locations across Kingston, St. Mary, Portland, and St. Thomas, they work to provide you with quality products and service to help you take care of yourself and the ones you love. Join the family. Super happy, super healthy SuperMed.